hello there. This is
Well, hello there. This is not Gordon Dixon. This is Nick DeShira here, joined by DJ Sayer for our final day of coverage in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. My name is Nick DeShira, joined by DJ Sayer again.
and my name is DJ Sayer. In case you didn't hear it.
And I'm Nick DeShira. It's a pleasure to have you guys here for our final day with starting off some pro doubles 01. We got some women's 01 later on down the line and amateur doubles 01. And DJ, we had some fun yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah. I mean, chalky as chalk could be, but there's always those surprise players that I like seeing. So yeah, I'm anxious to see if we get to see any new players on our feed today that kind of knock our socks off.
Yeah, that's going to be the goal. I do know that there is a unheard of brand new participant this weekend. It is a.k.a. Porky Steve Hilger in the background over there. Picked up Don Stewart just for Sunday. That was the only event of the weekend.
We were wondering where this man has been, other than popping into our booth randomly.
Yeah, taking naps.
Scaring the bejeebus out of you.
Terrifying.
Screeched like a little girl. It was weird.
It was Joel scaring me more than him. Let's be real.
But yeah, we got a couple of Ohio boys here, Dalton and Chad. They were in Ohio as well. Made the trip out here for PA, and I am not familiar with Braden. Looks fairly young. Good to see him mixing it up here in the pro doubles. And then Tyler, we obviously seen in Ohio as well. 1/3 of the winning mixed triples team over there.
And if you guys are curious about the format, it is 501 double in, double outs, split bowl, and it's a race of 3 format. Gonna be what we're playing today. Where all the prizes lie is, of course, you're trying to get that invitational shootout spot here by getting first place in this doubles event.
Ron asking any pros. So this is the pro doubles. I'm not sure what your question is.
Like
Ron.
any big names,
Well, I mean, the big names this weekend are obviously Mike Porterfield, Don Stewart. I mean, Porky, now that he is playing, you see him in the background there. Seth Stefano, another one in the background there, who, a former CDC event champion, stuff like that. But yeah, we got some running around.
and future pros like Ezra.
Get
Ezra in the mix. I'm interested to see how the Sunday darts transpire for people, because I'll be honest, probably the most refreshed Sunday darts we'll see from the PA BullShooter in quite some time. For the fact is that things are running tight, even with the expanded bracket and no real late night done by 2 a.m. It was a fun time here in Pittsburgh last night.
Ron, no, Dennis did not make the trip here. This is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a bit of a hike for him. Honestly, I don't know that I've ever seen Dennis outside of Kansas City. But yeah, the TOC is his
He's the PBD golden boy.
Yeah, that's his moneymaker right there. He's made a ton over the years at the TOC.
Oh, I love me some Dennis Santa for sure.
Oh man, he starts getting the moccasins going.
Oh, now that's an athlete.
Look out.
A good setup there from Dalton to get down to 71, putting absolute pressure on Braden now, because this 176 is starting to fall out of line.
Braden.
Wow.
Now, do you go 48 to leave 8?
48 or 54, one of the two.
I hate leaving 2.
I know.
I think he went fast 16. I can't blame him, but at the same time, you still have to play for that getting low thing.
Yeah, I mean, good news is that Tyler can't be frozen.
Yeah. He guaranteed that Tyler would get a shot if Chad misses. And Chad will miss. But now, with Chad leaving 40, it would have been a potential, had he tripped the 16 or the 54, like you said, that Tyler wouldn't have to take it out to freeze.
Oh, and there's going to be a haywire dart there. Debating on this last start what he wants to do.
That's a solid mark.
Yeah, I mean, the goal is to get low.
Yep.
And that's what that does.
Dalton for 71. You go triple 17 for double 10. No, he was going for the 39 for 32. The more traditional route, still tip wise. And Braden gets a look at the 40.
Yeah, and even if, as long as Braden doesn't bust, should have Chad frozen here.
Yeah, and for those that aren't familiar with the freeze rule, basically you are not allowed to take the game out if your partner's score is more than the sum total of your two opponents combined. So, yeah, there we see Braden check out the 40 and 2 darts. Take a 1-0 advantage here. Dart gods heroes. So are they saying they're the heroes of the dart gods?
Yeah, which is a good goal to have, right? If you're inspiring the darting gods, it's powerful.
The dart gods look up to these guys. Crazy.
That's a high bar to set for your team.
I love the name 4 Eyes and 5 Heads, by the way. And I think we can tell who's who. Just because one of them is wearing glasses and the other isn't. So my deductive reasoning says that Dalton has to be 4 Eyes.
I don't think Dalton would take any offense to that.
He probably come up with the name.
I do, and I mean this with the utmost of respect, but Dalton gives me the classic, like, I can see you being like Sketch's stunt double. For sure.
Oh, you know what? He does kind of have some sketch in him. Dalton's a pretty funny kid, too.
It's awesome. See Braden taking that deep breath here. Trying to get a mixed result as a partner Tyler was unable to get in, but bare minimum on the turn just gets in with 32. What's up, brother?
Tuesday.
For anybody in chat thinking, man, you really gonna say that about someone you don't know that well? Well, if DJ claims that he's one of your friends, well, it's all fair game. That's just how that works.
I mean, Dalton's not very old to begin with, but I've known Dalton since he was a wee teen.
Like last week?
Oh, he's old enough to drink nowadays.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, I remember playing him when he was about 14 or 15 and him smashing the dartboard.
Love it. The future of darts. Youth darts that turned into young adult darts that turned into world championship darts.
And I knew his dad before he was even born. Yeah, his dad, Mark, and there's his mom, Jody. Hi, Jody. A very good dart player from way back when. Andrew asking how I'm feeling. I'm feeling great. We didn't go late last night, so I got plenty of rest.
Don't rub it in. Just kidding. I mean, it's the last 3 hours of just waiting for the trips bracket to wind down. It was just spent socializing. It was not real work. I really have enjoyed my time in PA. It was the last BullShooter ever, other than Florida was the last one. Last out of state one I ever played in. I always have a lot of nostalgia coming up here for this one.
Hey, look at that. There's his dad.
The whole gang's getting back together.
I know. He must have shot out some texts, like going on the feed.
I love it. Which also is so funny, though, because we do have 2 stream boards. So, like, imagine you're like, hey, everybody, I'm about to be on the stream. And then you're getting the Don Stewart camera treatment.
Which is hilarious.
I got to clip that.
Yeah. For those unaware, we had the back shot, so we could see. And we were moving the camera away from the board every time Don tried to throw. So then he'd switch to the other board, and we'd move it back. It was pretty funny for us.
And then he didn't win a leg on the stream after that. We broke him.
I didn't even remember that part of it.
I think it was a 3-0 loss in that
Ouch.
match. That was for the seed, I believe. Unrelated to the camera, though. He did offer me some taco soup. So, all is well.
That sounds awful. I like tortillas.
Or maybe it's tortilla soup.
Okay.
Maybe I am the problem here.
Taco soup? We're in PA. We are in Pittsburgh. The Doubletree on the hill.
Chad's going to try to leave a finish since Dalton did not, but Dalton being ahead of the pack means that they're still in good position going first here.
Yeah, Tyler, who didn't get in straight away, has really picked it up here just to be in contention.
Although that 177 definitely helps the cause for 4 eyes, 5 head. Chad there getting to the 122.
Braden struggling a little bit this leg.
Yeah, really struggling to find that big collect. Like he's got in on the 3rd dart, has been hitting right around the area, but just not getting into that requisite triple. Dalton and Chad looking prime to potentially take this leg. Tyler's going to need to pressure by hitting a good collector. Not just the finish, but you really are looking for a ton plus. You want to put some pressure on these checkouts here and hope you get a shot because Braden's in freeze range. Already frozen at the moment, and this leg now, after that, might be more than guaranteed for 4 eyes, 5 head.
Chad unable to leave a double, but still leading the way. Yeah, we look primed to be tied up at 1 leg apiece after this one. And remember, they are playing for spots in the ESPN Invitational that will be coming to you live from Rock Hill, South Carolina in August. The winners of the pro doubles both get their spots in that tournament.
They're continuing to just try to keep himself in the running here. It's down to 42. So they're going to require a big shot from Braden and a miss from Chad and Dalton here.
Kent, he is on the camera. Levi is there in the background. 2-dart finish there for Chad. Checking 68.
And we are 1 apiece here in Pittsburgh. Winner of this match will play either Seth and Steve or Levi and Jason.
Seth and Steve?
Oh, you know what?
Who's Steve?
Never mind. I think Porky's actually playing with Stefano. I thought he was playing with Don.
Oh.
I was mistaken.
Yeah, Steve Hilger.
I don't know why. I thought for some reason Porky last night said he was playing with Don. I must have misunderstood. It says Stefano.
I think Seth come out here not set up, so it would make sense if he grabbed Porky to play with. I saw him post early in the week that he was going to go just for pro singles.
And then decided to stay for the good times.
Well, you get here and you figure out that a player as good as Porky's not set up. Like, okay, I guess I'm staying until Sunday. As much as I think team chemistry comes into play a lot, some of the most fun is when you do randomly set up with somebody you probably never would have actually set up with. And then you guys just kind of jive pretty well.
Yeah, we were talking about it last weekend with the last minute team pairing. Like they literally got set up last second. From my understanding, was Johnny Lane getting set up with Trevor Sellers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which they're both Indiana boys, so I was surprised to see that was I assume they knew each other, and then it was just kind of a random.
Are we doing
Thursday?
This? Yeah.
Thursday night, like, hey, you have any interest? Like, you know what? Why not? Like,
yeah, I've gone to more than my fair share of tournaments on why not?
And honestly, me playing last week was very similar. I think it was Tuesday that Joe Hedrick reached out to me. I had no intentions of playing last weekend. The wife was set up for mixed triples, and that was the only thing that either of us was set up for. And then when Joe shot me a message, I was like, Joe, you don't want to play with me. Like, I am not the guy you want to play with right now. And Joe was like, I'll play with you if you have to throw from your knees. Like, I don't care. And then as we're talking, he's like, yeah, he's like, Nikki needs a partner too. I was like, well, I'll ask Mo. She's supposed to be playing trips, but she can play with Nikki. So, and then it was, oh, do you want to play Sunday too? Like, I guess. So yeah. But I've played with Joe in the past a good bit. Like he's very much my go-to when Gordon isn't making the trip, or at least was my go-to when Gordon wasn't making the trip.
Your go-to and my spirit animal.
You know what? If Joe is your spirit animal, I think you're doing something right.
That's the first time I think you've ever said that to me.
Johnny was set up with Garrett Hollingsworth originally, but couldn't go. Okay.
There you go. Okay. That makes sense too.
Yeah. So
Still surprising that
so
Trevor wasn't.
Trevor being your first call of hey is probably pretty smart.
Oh yeah.
Like I need a partner now. Like, oh, okay. And then Trevor and Carrie winning on Sunday too. So they booked their place in the ESPN Invitational. So Chad, after winning the last leg, kind of trailing here. Gonna need to put in a big shot. We have seen a 177 out of him. We'll go ahead and post those brackets for you guys if you do want to follow along, see how your friends and family are doing.
Of course, if you also want to follow along with the brackets and you can't find the link in chat for whatever reason, even though they just got posted, make sure to just go over to your smartphone device, go to BullShooter Live app. Once you go in there, go to that Tournament King section, switch from My Events to All Events, and you'll be able to follow along with each and every one of our brackets, even the blind draws, which we've run 10 of, by the way. If not more.
Have they really ran that many? And
They
they
ran 10
ran,
blind
they ran
draws.
what, 4 last weekend? Something like that?
Yeah, 4 or 5.
Yeah.
But yeah, this weekend they were like, all right, full commit. Let's
Well,
see how
there's
many we can
so
run.
many players that after 2 rounds, you're going to have half the field eliminated.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so when you've got a full 128, so 256 people losing, like 128 losing after 2 rounds.
Yep. You got to give them something to do.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe they've run 10 so far and probably going to run at least a couple more today. Yeah, 10 in total so far. If you're curious for the winners of the blind draws, well, too bad.
Are they not posted on the BullShooter app?
Oh, they are. I'm just
Yeah, there you go.
But sometimes you just got to tell chat to eat rock. I'm just kidding. Or kick rocks? Eat rocks? Eat dirt?
It's-
Kick rocks?
I think it's Kick Rocks.
I'll allow it.
I don't know what the kids are saying these days.
I don't know. You're pretty hip yourself.
Oh, yeah? I just have big hips.
And they don't lie.
Dalton slowed down a little bit in this leg. Tyler taking the lead. But Braden trailing. Needs to put in a big shot so that he doesn't freeze Tyler.
And last leg was the same case here. Braden kind of being you got to hit 1 or 2 big shots to really make that big difference maker, and that helps the cause.
Great recovery there after a wayward first start. Chad can still freeze, but he's going to need 2 triples and a solid another number.
And needs to get below 47.
Not going to happen now. In fact, well, no, with Braden still higher than him. Tyler is not. Tyler can't freeze Dalton with his shot, is what I was trying to say. So the 80, free and clear, going double-double. Double 10 now. And he drills it, so 2-1 lead to the Dart Gods Heroes. Kyle, the ladies bracket is posted there as well, buddy. Ladies.
Of course, looking forward to our next stop on the tour, which will be a little break for February, and then we're going to be right back into the San Antonio area, for a new area for us, Tessa Regional. Second time in Texas this year, March 21st through the 23rd. Heard they're going to be experimenting since it's the last in-person stop of the tour with a couple of different small little tweaks here and there. So make sure to stay up to date, and if you're planning on going, just do it. Just go there.
I've never been to San Antonio, I don't think.
It'd be my first time as well.
When I looked at flights, they're not cheap.
Well, then maybe it's a lot of people's first time in San Antonio.
Well, they're not cheap from Columbus. I don't know how many Columbus folks are going there, but yeah, there's nothing direct for the airlines that I like to fly because I don't take them.
Oh, I love me some Spirits and Frontiers.
Nope, never again, bud.
Give me the garbage experience.
Hey, last time I flew one of them was Spirit, and I slept in the airport. That won't happen again.
I'm only actually, I am not going to say this out loud because I'm about to jinx myself for my next couple of flights. So I'm going to stop because I was about to say I haven't had a bad experience in a while, but I didn't actually
and they were so promising when they come out too. Like, oh yeah, we got the big chair in the front. I'm like, hey, fat guy friendly. Okay, here we go. Nope. Nope. You can only cancel so many flights because you don't have a flight crew. Before I'm like, all right, I'm done with you.
But like, unless it's like the actual piloting part, I could jump in for one of the crewmates. Like, I could serve the coffee.
Yeah, I'm not doing that either.
I could do it.
Like, could I? Sure. I mean, that's just handing people drinks.
With how much Darts has gotten me to travel, I have accepted that my backup career could just be a flight attendant.
Honestly, it's a good. Marlise is not a flight attendant, but she's works for an airline. And yeah, it's a good way to travel a good bit. I know back in the day, Rick Espinoza worked for Delta, so he would fly to a lot of the regionals in other countries and whatnot. So it's if you want to play a lot of darts, it's a good direction to go with your career.
Good way to go about it.
Yeah, I mean to be able to fly all over the place on the Companion or whatnot definitely benefited me for quite a few years. Shout out Marlise. Shout out Mel, Marlise's friend.
Shout outs.
Yeah, I always thought that or a freelance semi-truck driver where you kind of like plan your routes to land wherever the weekend tournament was.
See, that's smart. I don't think I have I don't mind long drives. I don't think I could do a long drive with a vehicle that could absolutely cause carnage if I were to lose focus. I can accept that my Toyota Camry and I might not make it through if I lost focus, but I can't accept that I could take out the whole highway with this big truck long haul.
Andrew Leiter saying we should have a stop in Vegas. And there's so many tournaments in Vegas. Do you really want another reason to go to Vegas?
True.
And I think too the regionals are very much a tool for delivering boards to operators, right? So like these boards here, I don't know how many of them are sold. I'm assuming all 70 are to local operators. I know Columbus Schaefer was purchasing majority of those, or if not all of them. So I don't know that there's operators in the Vegas area that you could then
work with.
Yeah, sell the boards to. Now it's not too far to like LA or whatnot, so I'm sure you could have a Vegas stop, and then you get the easy flights and whatnot, and then just drive the boards to LA or San Diego or wherever from there. Even Arizona is probably not that far.
What would be cool though would be to like build a regional in to like an already existing event, like maybe do like a last second like single event regional type of thing inside like an NDA team dart and be like, hey, we want to just run like one of these to get like a last second invitational qualifier type of thing. I could see something like that potentially being in the like not in the works. It is not, but like I could see that being a discussion to be had. The amount of times I've talked about it with the PVD people and saying, oh, we could do something. You could like say, hey, not combine another whole event, but like maybe just add like a special one-off type of thing.
Yeah, I think either that or, you open it up to the ESPN qualification. You invite the big winners of those events. So, whoever wins the top level of NDA, like you get your spot into the ESPN Invitational or something along those lines.
Would love that.
So while it's not an actual regional, it's a certain like a way to qualify for the regionals or the ESPN Invitational. So Chad trailing here. Tyler not take it out. Chad's going to need to put in a big shot to not freeze Dalton. He's going to need Braden to help him here. So, yeah, Dalton just needs one single 20. Not even a 20, really, but one single.
Yeah. Don't hit a round of shots to shot, and you're fine.
And it's done. So, Dalton will be froze. Tyler will come up looking at double 7 for the 3-1 victory.
Does tee it up perfectly. And it says, I would have hit it, by the way. All right, and there you go. Dirt God Heroes does get to that win there.
Yeah, you see Chad back at the board, a bit frustrated with himself. It certainly sucks to be the one that freezes your teammate. So understandable. Looks like we have a women's match on our other board, so we will jump over there. I did get a message from Michelle yesterday. Stop putting me on the stream board.
Is that what she said?
She did. She said she freezes up. Let me see exactly what she said. Yeah, she's not a fan of I pluck her every time is what she said. So, yeah, here we are. Michelle back on the stream board. Not my doing. And the only way to get over it, you got to put yourself in uncomfortable situations more often. This is leg number 1. This match just getting underway. We saw Daniela and JoJo in the finals of the ladies doubles yesterday.
Ladies.
Coming back through the losers. Just losing out to our winners, Kalika and Trish. Daniela finding one bull. She is in the lead. Michelle going to need to put something together here.
And 2 bulls around gets the money. We've been saying it time and time again. Here we go. JoJo no Siwa coming up to try to set up.
What happened to my board sounds?
That was just for us for a second. I was clicking something I knew was going to have sound. I didn't want to
I got you.
surprise you.
Okay. Yeah, I did not hear the double bull. I'm like, wait, what's going on?
Did we break it?
Alicia finding 2 bulls. Moves into the lead. Ooh, and a slack visit there from Daniela kind of opens the door now for Michelle. I feel like the freeze was very much in play, but if Michelle can just find one bull, she will should make sure that Alicia gets a shot if Joe misses. Good catch on the third. So yeah, the way it works out, JoJo's gonna look at Bull double 16. Not gonna happen. Can freeze if she can get to 12 or less. So that's not gonna happen either. So Alicia will come up looking at 82.
Bull for 216s, nice and easy. Walking on down.
Double action?
Oh, maybe should have stayed for the double. That could be costly. 129 can definitely get frozen here. Daniela needs to continue moving down the line. Needs to get below 70.
Playing for the out there. I think the biggest negative about busting is now you're not freezing the 59 no matter what.
Yeah, that's also true.
But Michelle could take out the 129. Not now. Back at the bull. Yeah, and she leaves 26. You got to assume that even if Alicia would have hit a 7, missing the 16, she leaves 9, JoJo would be frozen right now.
I can't really disagree with you.
I mean, no fault of Alicia. She was going for the out.
No,
which is
yeah.
the right shot. Yeah.
No. Right shot,
Just
unfortunate consequence. But there's your first let off. We'll get one dart at a finish now.
6 for the bull.
The middle. Do it. Do it now.
Drills it.
And no questions about that last start. It just went right on in. Joe and Daniela up 1-0 over I-4. On to game number 2. Just a best of 3 here in the ladies race to 2.
Our team name was High 4 yesterday, too. And I was looking to see if somebody was missing a finger or something.
I was looking for that as well.
Like, I'm almost positive Michelle's not missing a finger, and I don't see a finger missing on Alicia.
But if this gets clipped out for YouTube, just look at the thumbnail. I'm going to take off one of the fingers. Sometimes I do that, by the way. When I make those like thumbnails for the YouTube video, sometimes I take off a finger from somebody to see if anybody notices.
Okay.
You guys haven't noticed anything, but Don had no fingers in one of those thumbnails.
I love that you're dropping little eggs in there that we're supposed to find.
It just shows that like thumbnails and like there's certain things I do where I'm like only the first 80% matters and the last 20% is whatever I feel like. You know what I have to admit about the Pittsburgh crowd this weekend?
What's that?
Is that like, because like we've been hearing a little bit of the jukebox in the background and whatnot. I think this is my first time actually hearing Booty Man play the entire weekend, and gotta respect the restraint from the crowd.
Well, it's usually Kenny.
That is true.
Kenny's not here.
That is true.
Like, Kenny's usually
That's his
playing
go-to.
a billion times.
But he started a trend. I feel like other people do it in his stead.
I guarantee you a lot of these people had never heard that song before Kenny played it.
That is probably true.
But yes, this is the first time that I've heard it this weekend as well.
I remember
overdue.
I never heard that song until I started going. My first year, like 2018 TOC was the first time I heard it. I was like, and I never went back.
This is like one of those like old guys go to on karaoke night.
What is your go-to on karaoke?
I don't sing, bud.
Oh my! You have to have a song just in case.
No,
gun to your head.
No, you don't want to hear me sing.
Well, don't do
gun
it.
to my head. I have to do it. I'm doing Tequila.
Okay, that's so
boring.
Hey, are you gonna be my girl by Jet? Personally,
I don't even know what that is.
The iPod commercial that was really popular back in the day. Remember the old iPod with like the silhouettes?
No.
1, 2, 3. Tell me how you're gonna be.
Nope.
Look so fine that I really want to make you mine.
Okay, I do know that song. I've heard that song.
Or Ain't Love a Kick in the Head by Dean Martin. I could also do that one pretty good. Well, not pretty good, but like pretty good for karaoke standard.
Yeah, I'm not the guy that will do the music thing.
Lame. Chat, let us know what's your go-to karaoke song, as we do appreciate each and every one of you guys.
That
watch
used to
along
be
with
one
us.
of my interview questions.
Actually,
Mm-hmm.
but you would refuse to like. You can't ask a question you don't have your own answer to that isn't just maybe tequila.
That's fair. But yeah, like I had a whole spiel of interview questions, and it was always the fun last one was, all right, karaoke night. What's your go-to?
Fair enough. Yeah, I do appreciate each and every one. You make sure to give us a follow on whatever platform you most love watching us on. And sit back, relax, and enjoy the action today for our final day coverage and our third stop in effectively 1 month here for Arachnid. My 4th weekend in a row. In general, if you're watching from the USA Darts side of things, you have to be tired of hearing me by this point.
Yeah, I am.
I meant chat, but thank you.
Oh.
No, yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
I
no,
thought you
no,
talking to me.
no, it's cool. I get it. No.
I mean, I have to hear you more than they do, because even when we're muted, I still hear you.
Yeah, except they also multiply that by 3 weekends in a row. they might
Sounds
be catching
awful.
up. JoJo, no Siwa coming up with 89.
Yeah, we saw her take out the out in the last one. Third dart bull. She could get a third dart at a bullseye here. Should start on the 1919. Nope, not gonna do that.
Bull for trip 13. I don't mind it because you can't really
See,
bust a trip 13.
No, I don't like going to 13. Like in open out, take advantage of the fact that you. I'll shut up. Like, great job, JoJo. I don't know why I'm even critiquing. Like,
She had no doubt.
here I am, like, if you go 19, you had a single, you got 70, and then you can go single 20 for the bullseye, and you never had to hit a triple. And she's like, I'll do all of it.
Fine, I'll do it myself. That is awesome. Thank you, JoJo.
Yeah.
Coming up next here, you can see them warming up. They should be starting in just a moment, so we'll just stay right here with it. But
So we get Braden and Tyler back up here, this time taking on Seth and Steve.
yeah, top 4 matchup, too, to get into the seat.
Steve Corkin puts in a double bull, so they will have the start.
Steve Hilger, for those familiar, unfamiliar maybe, used to rock those L-style bar lip darts for the longest time, 12.5 grams, but is now rocking his new Monster Formations, where they come with 4 barrels in a set.
It's got to kill the margins, right?
That's what I said.
Like, I like the idea. That way, in case you lose one. But
I do know when he was going through the process, because he showed me them at Team Dart last year when they were still a prototype. The hard part was finding a company at first to be like, hey, are you willing to say, hey, it comes with a free spare?
well, not to mention, like, all of your packaging usually has, like, the 3 spots for barrels. So now you have to have separate packaging. Yeah, that's cheers to him for making that happen. Like, I know he's one of these guys that holds a 4th dart, which I like the premise of that. If you're somebody that tends to walk on the 3rd or whatnot, it makes you feel like you still have a dart in hand, because you literally do. So then it kind of helps the form. But also, I remember like back in the day, the guys that would hold the chalk holders for when we'd actually score our own scores in steel tip. Like, that was a common one, or a grease pencil, hold a grease pencil. That's kind of like your 4th dart, something along those lines. So you could do that without needing a 4th dart. Or you could be Joe Hedrick and hold 9 darts at once.
Yeah, okay. Joe's the line, right? Like, that is insane.
Yeah.
Porky with 4, okay.
Bring a briefcase of 1 billion sets and then hold 9 darts at once while you throw. Whatever.
I will say I do have 3 different sets of darts, but that's because I picked up a set out here, and normally I bring one of those colonial sets for people to try either Wills or Gins to let people try them out.
Meanwhile, I have no darts.
I also am not a salesperson and get commission. Just people ask me all the time if I have them on me, so I just let them try them.
A nice guy.
I don't mind throwing them every now and again. I can throw them better than Will. That's not saying much. So.
Wow. Shots fired.
He knows. So Braden was the X factor in that last matchup where he had close moments where he thought he was going to freeze and ended up only actually coming to play 1 time there. Otherwise, they were chilling. Right now, Seth coming off PA, he played great. Here, he's playing great. He just hasn't gotten the results. I don't know if it's just the timings of the brackets, some of those matches, because statistically he's performing just fine. He lost in a last league decider in pro singles to Bubba, right? And the Bubba hit a big checkout to take him out.
Yeah, and had the highest 0-1 stats of everyone in the room, including Mike Porterfield, who won the singles, and was third on the cricket average behind Mike and Levi. So, yeah, definitely playing well. And honestly, I've played with Seth the last 3 years at the Buckeye Open, which includes this past December. He was playing very well there, and his results were not indicative of how well he played because I was a bit of an anchor.
Well, it's fine though, because like you're playing with Seth. He's a multi-sport athlete.
Is he?
Yeah, cornhole.
No, I don't see him posting about the cornhole no more.
I always like to yank the chain though. But if you're a newer darts fan, especially like in the last like year or two, if you got into it, let me tell you, Seth, when he was playing on the Evolution Tour, was by far one of the most impressive talents to watch, and he still has that impressive talent in his game. I say that as he just had a rough turn there. But
Seth and I had a pretty candid conversation when he started going down, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And he admitted that darts came too easy to him. He picked them up and was very good. As we see a big 180 there from Tyler, pull him into the lead in this leg. Great shot. He admitted that was a hindrance for him because he thought it was going to continue being that easy. And we've seen that before with other players. Like they'll make the switch from soft to steel or vice versa, and it just comes really easy because the confidence is high. And then the minute you see adversity, they have a hard time coming out of it. And I think Seth is that's the case for him, and like I said, he kind of admitted that, and he's worked to get back to it. And I don't think he's even reached the levels that he was previously, but I think if he does, we're probably in for a world of hurting.
yeah, especially like again the mentality shifting over time too. After going through a struggle like that, if you come out on the other side, you're usually 10 times stronger on the dartboard.
Well, and you build that armor, right? That you know that just because you're having a bad stretch, you're in a little bit of a lull, doesn't mean that you can't snap out of it. Because the more times you do that, the more you realize this is temporary.
Porky with the 1 at 10 here.
Yeah, Tyler was frozen, so didn't really matter that he didn't take it out. Poor Braden, just having some struggles here today.
He felt like the dirt was in and then realized it wasn't, had to set himself back, but just leaves the loving number there as Braden's now going to try to leave himself a finish and hope to fade 6 game darts here.
Staying on those 19s. Not a whole lot wrong with Braden's throw there. Just not finding the triples with any kind of regularity.
We talked about that, like speaking about Braden in his throw. We talked about that with the run we saw with Kalika, where she was struggling a lot on Friday and was still getting results. Still got second place, mind you, but definitely you could tell like the stroke didn't look that far off, but it didn't look like it was 100% right either. There was like something small that was missing, and by Saturday she found it.
And that can happen, right? I mean, you can play poorly for your standard and see some good results, and that's all you really need to gain some confidence to then get back to playing the way that you typically do. And I think that's probably kind of what happened. And then to the point that we saw her starting and corking and everything for her team with Trish, who ended up winning the singles the day previous. Which I think Trish is 3 for 3 on the weekend, by the way.
She is.
She won trips last night as well with Joe Hedrick and Tyler Harris. So not doing a whole lot of losing. Which they did lose in the winner's side, right? They pulled the double dip.
What, Trish? No,
Yeah.
they were the seat.
They were the seat. Okay, so have they even lost a match? Has she even lost a match?
I didn't. So I purposely didn't watch how the match was playing out because I was like, okay, I might know the result, but if I'm going to add commentary later because there was no commentary, I was like, I need to make sure I don't know too much. All I know is that it was not a win where like everything's over. Like that was a everyone cheered kind of win. So it must have been a good match.
Gotcha.
Because if you're cheering at 2 a.m. with that much energy, not just giving a little clap, all right, cool, time to go to bed, you know that there was some energy behind it.
Keith Dyer saying he takes 4 darts with him to the line so that if he's shooting and realizes he has a busted tip or a torn flight or something, he can fix it later and still throw. I like the idea.
So I used to like the idea. I will say I'm one that argues against that one a little bit because I feel like if you're at the line and you have either equipment failure, drop dart, whatever it is, and yeah, if you have that 4th dart, you could, in theory, just keep throwing. But you're thinking about the fact that you can keep throwing almost. It's hard to not break your focus when you notice that either equipment failure or a drop dart. Where either case, you should still back off the Aki and reset rather than throwing through it. Because every time I've seen someone that holds multiple throw through dropping a dart, I don't think they've collected on that last dart.
Oh, so I don't carry a 4th, but if I drop a dart, like, before I throw one of the others, I stop and pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because I don't want to be thinking about getting that
Yes.
dart. Yeah, that's fair.
So that's the same
Or
thing.
even if a bounce out bounces close to me, I will pick it up before I throw my next dart. Like if my first one bounces straight back at me, it's right in front of my feet, I'll just go ahead and pick it up rather than... Now, if it's up by the board, I usually won't.
Yeah, no, same here. And now I will say it is nice having a 4th dart exactly the same setup in case you do tear a flight, though. Like, to the other aspect of, like, at least I don't have to go to my set, just know that my 4th dart in my hand.
I'm just terrible about leaving stuff lay around.
That's fair.
Like, I'll get to a match and I'll empty my phone out of my pocket, my keys I'll put on the phone, like all this stuff. And if I have a dart case that I don't necessarily need, I'll end up leaving it lay, and then it'll come up missing.
Yeah, I will say I can't do watches. I can't wear a watch to a dart tournament, and I can't have a phone in my pocket because I will take the watch off and I'll take the phone out of my pocket. I will set these things down and I will forget about them for a long time. So I just stopped wearing watches in general to dart tournaments. And
you hate time.
What?
You hate time.
I don't hate time. I love seasoning.
Not the season. Like, to actually tell time. Your watch tells you your time. The phone tells you your time.
I hate things that vibrate randomly.
Your watch vibrates randomly? I got a smartwatch.
Smartwatch. Yeah, look at me. Apple Series 7. Then I'll put on Do Not Disturb or Silent, and then forget it's on silent and wonder why I can't get a hold of anybody and no one's getting a hold of me. Where's all my friends? Oh, my bad.
So Braden kind of leading the way here for he and Tyler. Could be the first to a good out here if he puts in a solid shot. 158 is a finish for Seth, but it's a tough ask. Dustin saying the phone makes him feel lopsided. I kind of agree with that. Even though I have my wallet in my front left always, and then my phone's in my front right. So I guess they kind of balance out, but I don't seem to notice my wallet. But my phone, just where my right plant leg is forward, it seems to be noticed there, whereas my left leg's more loose.
I'm pretty sure my head was just built a little lopsided.
You do have a big old head.
I do. I can't wear hats.
You can't wear what?
I can't wear hats.
No?
I had a buddy one time that he's like, hey, I got you a hat. And I actually felt like, that's crazy. He's like, yeah, it's hatsforbigheads.com. Like, it was like a weird website. You know what? Fair enough, Troy Leroy. Fair enough. Braden has absolutely picked it up in this one here and is doing his work. Sitting at 1-2-2. We'll actually get a shot here. 4 18s for the bull.
Yeah, great start. Another one of those for double 7 or single for bull. It lands into the 4. 60 to leave double 2?
That's what I would recommend.
That's what I try to leave anyways, is 4. Like, when I'm trying to leave low.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to, especially in a freeze format, 4 is also my go-to, yeah. Yeah, 4.
I just don't like throwing one dart and busting. Like, if you leave 2 and you hit a fat 1, you're done.
That's fair. That's why I aim for the double instead of the single 1.
Smart.
104 there for Porky, though. That's not low enough. If Tyler gets one good treble in here, should be fine.
Yeah, should freeze. Which truly should be the goal. And he's not able to freeze. So Seth will get a look at 78. Triple 18 for double 12. Now 60. Straightforward. Single for the double.
Ooh, kind of dragged it.
He kind of lunged at it. You see him kind of come up on his tiptoes there. Braden, not frozen, can take out 44. That's not a terrible miss.
Yeah, happy accident. Swing it. Oh, less happy of an accident. Well off the margins.
But he gets it. Great shot there from Braden. So Braden's either kind of pouring the leg or he's winning it.
You know what, though? If he sticks with that winning it strategy, he'll be just fine.
More of that, they're going to be good.
No, it's a good course correction there. And honestly, let off the gas for Seth and Steve in that last leg. They know going first, they're just going to try to continue to control their throw. John, appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. Appreciate all the kind words. The amount of people that have been way too nice, especially out in the dart hall that I got a chance to talk with this weekend, we appreciate all the kind words and everyone in chat. We do read 100% of the messages that come in and we respond to what, especially when appropriate. But sometimes you guys are making us chuckle. We can't respond because you guys are being too funny. that's when you guys are really cooking down there.
Big open there from Porky. 151. Bettering the 120 in from Tyler. I'd like to see Braden gain some confidence off of winning that last leg. Not going to happen as he's not able to find the double. A double 19 guy, by the way.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of double 19 in general. I think double 19, 3, 17 are like cursed doubles. A lot of people, I know Cody Vomstead was constantly trying to get in on double 19 in Houston, Texas, and every time he hit he went for the cover on the double 16, it went in, and I was like, just start there.
Yeah, it's working.
Like the goal is get in, right? And now, if you feel like you're pressured to potentially hit a 9-dart leg, if you feel like your opponent's cooking up a 12, then yeah, maybe switch to a double 20 to get that shot in. You know, get the 151 to leave a checkout range. But other than that, just take advantage of whichever double you can consistently get on the most, whether it be 16 where there is no 9-dart eligible.
I mean, even like double 11, double 14, if you're consistently getting in on that, that's a win. Three if you count the bull, Benny.
True, but don't do that. So I was talking to some of the Touch Tunes people, and they're all very new to darts and very willing to learn about darts. And like, yeah, a couple of us went from they were talking from the New York office. A couple of us went over to a local establishment and decided to pick up some darts and play a little bit. And our friend was actually able to take out a 501 game in just 2.5 minutes. And I was like, that's a very fun way to measure that metric. And I was actually talking with Porky was there during that conversation. I was like, Porky, and you think over under on 60 seconds if you were just trying for a speed more than anything else.
He's not even that fast of a player.
Yeah. I feel like 15 seconds per turn if you're pulling your darts out quick, getting back to the line. Especially, they were talking about Fat Bolo one as well. So.
Yeah, you'd probably spend more time waiting for the board to, like, change over.
Actually, my favorite. They actually do have a speed like cricket. I don't know if they have a speed 01, but like the speed cricket like actually does have like almost no changeover time. So, thanks for coming to TED Talk. There, Shiesty Boy trying to get to a finish.
Trying to load it up. Does finds a 180. You see him kind of throw his hands up. Like, where's that been?
But then the same thing though. Braden kind of ice cold in this leg back at 3-3-3. I was not even going to get a shot at the 156. Wouldn't have had a dart. That's actually like one of those misses that maybe helps the mental a little bit. We're like, okay, at least I didn't have a look. 76 now. Trip 20 for double 8.
Porky having him a leg here. Still double 8 for 12 darter. Oh, he loops the 8.
That's a trick shot. Debatably more gratifying than hitting the double.
A very fun game, by the way. Have you ever played loops?
I've never played loops. What's loops?
So it's a still tip is where I played it, but basically it's kind of like horse in basketball. Whatever the guy in front of you hits, you have to then match. And then if you match it, you can reset something else. And the loops count as something to set.
Okay.
So, like, somebody will go at the 8, and then if you hit the bottom loop or the top loop, as we see Seth take out Hunter with a double-double. But, yeah, so then the person behind you has to hit that same loop.
I like that.
To then reset something else. And you get so many lives. Like, it's pretty fun. It's usually better for gambling.
I never did loops or anything like that, but to your testament, I was playing in November. I was over at a dart tournament, and I was playing with Jimmy Jones and Alex Spellman. It was just the three of us playing like Bermuda Triangle, but we were like trying like, okay, now let's do a left-hand only game. Okay, now Alex, you have to close your eyes before you actually start your follow-through. And then okay, on the double in round, only try to use the double bowl. Like we did stuff like that, but not quite the horse dynamic. I like that.
Jonathan knows. Loops is a great money game.
Of course, Jonathan knows. He's a real one. Do you have the first ladies top 4 matchup playing on the other stream board over here, which we will try our best to hop on over when we get time. We're going to, of course, finish this one out full. This is going to be Julie's Back Hurts versus JK.
Braden trying to switch it up there, going for the double 16 instead of the double 19, but unable to find it. Here comes Porky again. Another 150 in? 151 in? No. Misses the triple 20, but still a solid 94.
Here's who that top 4 matchup in the ladies. That is Jillian Jerry, Kaja, Priz Bolet going up against Julie Lent and Michaela Naus.
Yeah, we saw Stoner and Linster yesterday on our doubles feed. Haven't seen Jillian and Kaja this weekend yet. Braden got some making up to do. Finds a double 20 first start. It's all or nothing for Braden.
Feast or famine's a tough way to live, but if you're at least feasting on your throw, that's usually the best time to do so.
Yeah, not getting in the first round. Coming in with a 120. Oh, it gets nothing for the second dart. Trampolines off the first one. Didn't even register on the board. So only 20 points scored there for Steve. And Braden is ahead of him.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting moment here because Braden was able to recover well with that end. Tyler can help just continue to lead the way. And that turn going left and right. If I'm Shiesty Boy, I'm thinking, all right, let's just go off to the races.
Solid shot there. 2 triple turn from Seth. Braden stay hot. I will say, I think the switch to the 20 has been a very welcome thing for Braden. He was doubling in on the 19 and throwing at the 19 for score. You just wonder if it's a bit too late here, as they are down 2-1.
It's definitely getting into scary territory, but nothing detrimental, especially with Porky failing to find a triple again. Only at 18.25. Tyler needs to recollect, though. Needs to punish that. Needs to get down and out.
So if you look at it, Tyler gets an extra 3 darts on Porky before Seth gets his shot. So essentially, Tyler gets 6 to try to freeze on Steve's score. But you'll need Braden to stay hot as well.
Fano does get to a finish, and he already hit 100 using 20 top stops, leaving 80.
Great shot there from Braden. That little guy on the second one?
We don't talk about that.
We don't worry about that little guy.
We don't talk about that little guy.
I feel like Steve probably needs, I mean, at minimum a ton. Yeah, that's probably enough. Tyler, 3 triples will freeze. But 140 not enough to freeze.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do so, so now you have to start fading darts. That's Stefano 80 for the matching to get to the seat match, that is.
We're moving along nicely.
Oh, we are.
He'll have 2 added if he needs them. He doesn't. 2 darts it. So Steve and Seth move into that seat match, and we will jump over to our ladies.
Ladies.
We got Jill Cherry coming up. And this is game 2. Looks like Julie's back hurts. Won game number 1.
Here's Michaela stepping up to the line now. All about those 2 bulls. If you can get 2 bulls, you're going to be doing just fine as far as pacing is concerned.
Now, when we saw Julie and Michaela yesterday, Michaela started real hot. Like, was putting in like 1 perfect dart each turn. And then it kind of tailed off towards the end, but Julie stepped it up.
Guys just saying fork off and then looking at the camera and saying you saw that, didn't you? Or something along those lines.
Yeah, I think she noticed the camera switched to their match, so now she officially knows that she is on the feed.
Just don't pay attention to the Wally looking or the Pixar looking camera. Looks like the little light bulb guy that jumps around at the beginning. Pay no mind to it. Unless you're Don Stewart, then pay all the mind. It was Leinster that just threw, leaving the 153. Leinster, I think it's only been playing for about 2 years.
Really?
And funnily enough, they just, I was talking with Leinster last night, and they were like, yeah, so my doctor says that I have the shoulder of a 96-year-old, and they don't know how I'm even throwing darts. So they're about to have to go into some rehab here for a little bit on the shoulder side of things.
The going away party for Leinster here. Solid shot there from Michaela. Just outside on a couple of those. Must-win leg here for JK.
At least that team name's just first name initials.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
It's respectable. Leinster now with the 153. Opted to not go for it, just going for straight on the bulls. I don't think feeling particularly pressured by the 150 or 132. Not that they can't take it, but didn't even take a look. So we'll see if that's a fortuitous decision or not.
Another one of those for double 16. Oh, not sure how that missed where it did.
I have to agree with you there.
Michaela really needs to put in something solid here to ensure that Julie gets a shot if Kaja doesn't take out the 150. Well, this is solid. More than solid. Great shot there from Michaela. Pressuring Kaja to have to take out the 150.
Yeah, this is going to be big. Kaja needs a collect here.
Not going to happen. And in fact, she's probably set up to freeze. Leinster will just need to be below 44 when she's done here.
And 91 is pretty easy to not bust. As long as you don't sink down to a triple and going at the double top, for example.
Went to 19. Interesting. 60 should go for the 20. I mean, triple wins it. A single
Freezes.
guarantees the freeze. Yep. You want to make sure. I'd even go high on the triple. Like that top row there in the center. Give yourself the best chance to make sure that you get the freeze, worst case scenario. Well, she lands low, but still gets the single. I think Jillian knew what that meant. She kind of looks off into the distance there. So cannot take out 46.
Fishing for like a trip 14 here. You can go even lower if you really want to and open out, but yeah, trip 14, job done.
Perfect. Julie going to give Michaela a bit of a pep talk and send her on her way, looking at double 12. With open out, just make sure you don't miss outside. Fat 3. She gets it. You see the celebration there. So Julie and Michaela moving on in our winner side. Unfortunate for JK. They will have to battle on the losers.
Yeah, a lot of emotion there for that one to get into the seat match. They are the first ones in. On the bottom side, currently waiting on the results of Double D's versus MFMA to go on to play Joe and Danielle that we saw earlier. But our next matchup is going to be our other pro top 4, Mike and Sydney, going up against Philly and Bubba, which should be an enticing affair there. That sounds juicy.
Sydney. That's the only thing I can think of is White Man Can't Jump.
Well,
Like, I didn't even realize that was Sid's full name.
you didn't know that?
I did not know. I did not know that was Sydney. Oh, Sydney Dean.
Well, we'll be right back as soon as that top 4 match gets started. I am Nick Scher, joined by DJ Sayer, and we'll be back in just a moment's time.
right, Gordon Dixon here with Nikki Hinshaw, one of our female competitors this weekend. Nikki, how did you feel you did overall?
I'm really proud of my darts and as far as I've come within the last couple of years. I've made a lot of goals for myself, and I feel like I'm hitting those goals right now. My next big thing is going to be making a run in the PPD. I'm trying to make that, yeah.
Very nice. So what does that entail? Like what do you, is that a league goal? Is that just getting in enough games or just going to that tournament?
So it's definitely going to be a multitude of things. So I do need to, keep up on my leagues, keep up on my stats, make sure that I am going to TOC and getting in that supercharger money, all of those things. And I want to play with the best of the best and against the best of the best. So that's my goal.
That's awesome. So what did you think of the field here in Ohio?
I absolutely adore everybody here in Ohio. I try to come out to Ohio as much as possible. I have the drive down pat by now.
Very
I know
nice.
exactly how to get here and get home, and that's what matters. So yeah, there's amazing, amazing women out here. Olivia Terry, Little Liv, obviously Lori Simpkins out here. Just there's amazing players. And then we also get the players that come over from different states and things along those lines. Kat Middleton comes down from Michigan. So it's great. And I played with Tina Russo. She comes down from Pennsylvania. So we actually played the pro doubles this
I was going to ask about that. So you guys decided to play in the pro rather than the women's. How does that calculation come in?
So she already qualified, so she had to play in the pro. So she was looking for a partner, and I'm like, yeah, let's give these boys a run for their
tangle it.
money.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So how did you guys feel like you did? I mean, did you play a steady game in that?
Yeah, so it obviously was double in, double out, and split bowl. So the doubling in was a little bit of our problem. If it had not been double in, I think we would have done a lot better because, the double trouble in the beginning. But yeah, we kind of clicked in the second match, but then, it's a hard battle from the second place, so.
For sure. So one more thing, just back to you as a player. You said you've set some goals for yourself. Where did that kind of originate? Like, when did you kind of go from, hey, this is kind of fun one night a week or two nights a week to, okay, there's some opportunities with this? Yeah,
so about 4 years ago, I made the goal, like, I'm going to get a sponsor this year. I'm going to start traveling. I'm going to pick somebody that I really want to sponsor me, and I'm going to target them and be around them all the time and make them notice me kind of thing, which is what I did with Filthy Assassins, kind of targeted them. And so I met that goal, and then the next thing was just to kind of dive right in and be like, I'm going to make this a big part of my life. I was shooting darts 7 days a week for the longest time. I tore 2 tendons in my shoulder, so I had to take a little bit of time off and do some rehab and things like that, and now I'm kind of amping it back up. So this year I have 10 events planned already to travel to, big events like Chicago. I'm already set for all my events in Chicago, so I'm just really looking forward to keeping moving.
Awesome. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you. Yeah. Pleasure to call some of your matches this weekend, and look forward to seeing your progression.
All right. Thank you.
Well, hello there. This is Gordon Dixon. I am joined by the newest ED, Executive Director of Tournament Functions.
Directors, things, the directions with tournaments.
LJ, we've been working together for what, 5-6 years now?
2018 tour, 2019 tour.
7 years.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
So we first kind of collabed on just the streaming part.
Yep.
You were creative director for BullShooter, and are now kind of moving into, in addition to,
I'm still covering some bases right now. Still covering
running the actual tournament. So tell me a little bit about what that progress has been, and where you kind of see tournaments going forward.
Obviously, bigger and better is the direction that we're looking to head in. Since being on the tour, having that perspective, obviously from the live stream, and knowing the promotional side and marketing side, trying to make it more, I don't know if I want to say the word enticing, but it definitely make it a value per se for the players to come out, not just as much as the players watching from home or the people that couldn't make it. So trying to find that happy medium to get people to want to come out and participate, as well as just have a good time. That's ultimately we're all in this for the love of the game, the sport itself, and and that's kind of my direction. Is obviously I've grown up around darts, played since I was a little kid.
You still play in league, right?
I still play in league. I played tournaments when I can. Local draws at home. Obviously, come out to the areas for the tournament, and then I try to get in if they're doing a Thursday night warm up draw for the tour. I'll try to pop in if I can and participate. So, darts has been a part of my life since a little kid, and it's something that I hold special. Because of that connection with my dad playing, get me into it, and it's to me it means more than just hey, we put on a tournament, have fun. It's more like, no, this is value, and I want to make it bigger, better, and any way that I can contribute. Our new ownership, Touch Tunes, has the motto of one of the things is the all voices heard. So I definitely take that to heart with all the dart players too. So.
No, that's wonderful, and obviously the Touch Tunes has been a big difference. But even prior to that, some personnel changes, and then obviously the Tournament King software being a part of each of the stops, having the boards networked gives some more visibility to the people watching at home. Just talk a little bit about that.
As you recall, the early stages was scary at times, a little horrific, but early on from that start of being on the tour with the live stream, the goal at that time was always to digitize as much of the tournament as possible so that the people working the tournament, the A team, being there, their focus is more the people, not necessarily as much as, okay, I got to move this magnet on a piece of paper or whatever that we used to do way back when.
Right.
Now it's more we can be mobile. We can be up and viewing it on a tablet and walking around the room, answering questions. A lot of the time that we spent, I think, Friday and Saturday morning was really just somebody had forgotten their login. We fixed their login, or just clarified how to use the app and the process that it takes to do the tournament and participate. And I think it's been great. And obviously that's what we're enhancing continually. Next step to come is our registration process. We're, as most people know, I apologize, we've had some web issues, mostly not in our control. Thanks, wide world of internets. But the goal is to simplify it and put it straight into our League Leader Plus system that runs our Tournament King software, and have it where you register online, but it's actually registering directly into that bracket. And then all we're doing is, if you've paid, we're confirming from pending and adding you in, so you're being accepted into that bracket then. So it's going to speed up things for the better in the registration process, and obviously the future, all these other things, additional notifications and some other great cool things coming along with the software.
Excellent. Well, I greatly appreciate it, and obviously wish you the best of luck continuing to be at the helm at each of these tour stops.
It's getting bigger, better, and I'm excited. Again, I appreciate all you guys helping out and being part of the team. Bringing Nick in was quite the interesting storyline there too. So that's it's been good to have him on the tour, but if he ties his shoes, we'll be in a better position so he doesn't trip and fall. I still need him to do some things, so
Yeah, with the new Touch Tunes comes HR, so we want to
absolutely
keep every workplace safe.
Safety first. All right, thank you guys. I appreciate you, and hopefully you come out to our next stop. We got Pittsburgh is next.
Time for another top 4 matchup on our stream board here. Do apologize about that extended delay getting these guys over to the board, but we are excited to be bringing you coverage to see who gets into that seat match against Seth and Steve. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer for what should be a great matchup.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. And can anyone beat Mike Porterfield this weekend? That's the question. Although I guess he didn't win trips.
That is true. He didn't go perfect like he was going last year.
Do we know for sure that he played trips?
He did play trips, I'm pretty
Okay.
sure on that one.
All right.
Looks like they wanted to swap the order of Philly and Bubba there.
Oh, just forfeit the match and redo it.
Porfield's like, oh man, extra warm-up darts? I'm in.
Go ahead and practice my double in here.
Yeah. Funnily enough, those were all at 19s. Philly's like, well, if you guys are getting practice darts, I'm going to get some practice darts.
And all your names are still in there. Start match. There you go.
All right.
Now you can do team setup.
All right, this is for the YouTube video later on. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for another top 4 matchup here. This should be a good one. Philly and Bubba taking on Mike and Porterfield is not the team name. Wow, that is Mike and Sid that's supposed to be there. Looking forward to it.
Mike's throwing twice.
Oh, looking forward to this one as it should be a good time.
Now
What
what's the
happened?
deal? Oh, my word.
Well, at least I can fix the scoreboard. Hold on, guys. Strap in. It's Sunday Darts at its finest.
What is going on? Sid disappeared.
I assumed he thought it was going to be a longer process.
No, the warm-up darts was the long process. When everybody took $1 billion.
I got it. How else are you going to remember how to throw darts? Bill Wilson saying howdy from Florida. Let's go, Mike P. Yeah, let us know who you're cheering for. We see Sayer in the chat saying good luck, Mike. Love having you guys here with us, commenting along. All right. Well, Don Stewart's offering to sub in for Sid. He's like, okay, guys, I guess I'll do it.
Then we'd have to move the camera and everything. It'd be terrible.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of work. All right, looks like Sid's back. All right, here we go. One more time. Welcome back, everybody, to what's going to be a great top 4 matchup. My name's Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer. We got Philly and Bubba taking on Mike and Sydney. And what should be an enticing affair to see who gets to that seat match against Seth and Steve on our 39th annual BullShooter World Tour in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. DJ, I'm looking forward to this. This should be a good matchup.
Yeah, looking to see how Sid's playing. Yesterday when we saw him, it wasn't too hot. Now he's got the opportunity to partner up with Mike Porterfield. And so far, so good, as they're into the top 4 of the winner's side.
And if you're watching live and just got deja vu for that, you know what? It's okay. It makes sense when that YouTube video comes on out later.
A couple of delays getting this one started, but we are off and running now. Andrew Dean asking if I'm playing golf singles. No, I had no intention of playing golf singles. I'm not sure what you mean, bud. Oh wait, gold singles. For Schaefer, yes, probably. I believe so. When's the sign-ups closed for that, by the way? I think I need to get signed up. What? I procrastinated? No. I don't do that.
Sid had the best in of the bunch by far, scoring 100 points more than the rest of the field. Porterfield going to try to make up for some ground here. Going first, defending the throw, and that will help the cause.
That's multiple times now that Mike has pulled his darts and the tip stayed in the board. I think he's got a stripped out
Barrel.
Yeah.
Someone tag Mark Bond and say that he needs New set of barrels, please.
Yeah, not a good look for the Q-Soul to have that many. I know when the number 5s first come out, they had that issue as well.
But good look for Q-Soul in the fact that is Mike Porterfield the best Q-Soul like North American player?
I honestly don't know who Q-Soul is, but considering the only players that I would put ahead of him aren't sponsored by Q-Soul, probably.
Of course, Mike Porterfield was a Team USA Chicago BullShooter team member, joined alongside Kevin Luke, Alex Spellman, and Bob McCoy. Pretty solid lineup of that team. Here's to see how the shape up for this year's team will look. They have not asked me yet to be part of Team USA.
You know they had some trouble with the weather getting the invites in the mail and stuff. So just be looking out. And you haven't been home for like a month, so it's probably waiting in your mailbox.
That's true. And like participation points, right? So like if I just keep entering and going to and out of mixed trips, I figured eventually I'd get enough points. Billy well behind though in this matchup here for leg number 1. I have to try not to pay it too much mind.
Yeah, feeling not able to find a big triple there. No pressure here on Mike. Just set it up. 57 elite tops.
Yeah, class setup there from Porterfield on for the 15. Only can get bested by a 12. You're doing that. While going first, that is. Sid now on the runaway. This is like, again, already with the position where Philly's at, can't even leave a finish and or take it out in 6. So you kind of are mentally preparing yourself for the, okay, well, we lost against the darts. This is just kind of extended warm-up for lack of better terms, and hope it collects in the next. And early on, though, the signs are saying, well, Sid, we're kind of curious of what performance you were going to bring. So far, so good is the answer to that. Porterfield for double top. Over to the 10s. Misses the Littler special. And the cleanup. Not happy with it. But Bubba is more than frozen here. Ryan just going to try to bring it on. Bubba was absolutely, and his wife were absolutely tickled by the fact that you said Zach Brown Band was probably what you would guess was in his headphones, by the way. When we were talking about his headphones, you said Zach Brown Band. And they were like, he's like, that's a reasonable guess.
I said that?
Because I was doing the headphone games, I wouldn't have come up with Zach Brown Band. So it had to have been you. Unless it happened last week.
I think it happened last week, and Gordon probably said
All right. Well, you guys are like the same.
that. Okay. Yeah,
Maybe that was.
I would not have.
Maybe
said
that was from the conversation last weekend. Here we go. Mike and Sid. You get that leg number 1? Heads up, after this matchup, we will have that other women's top 4 matchup. It actually just got set up, so those get started here in just a little while. And then from there, we will move on to our pro seat and then our women's seats, respectively.
Brian coming in with a 101. Solid open. We've talked about it. If you get in and find a triple, that's the line. That's what we want.
Yeah. The bar to pass is get in, but the real one is in and a triple.
Yep.
And then if you hit the perfect in of whether it be your 160s, your 152s, or whatever preferred double plus triple combo, that's great. But what wins the legs is the consistency of the ends. I'll take the double 5, especially if you're following it with some 20s.
Ooh.
Still not bad. If we double and a triple, he listened.
Yeah, 90 open. I'll take that every time.
Philly struggled a lot in the last leg. It's going to be a question of, is that struggle going to show its head here, or is he going to get settled, play his game?
Yeah, and he's already spotting 50 and 60 points to Sid and Mike, respectively. The good news is they're going first, so Brian should have an opportunity to take it out unless Mike Porterfield goes into Friday Mike mode.
Yeah, well, that first serve was in the perfect spot. You already kind of had a feeling when you saw the first serve, like, oh, that's going to be a 180 potentially. It's so hard to explain that to someone that is like newer to watching like higher level darts, but especially with like players like a Mike like Porterfield style throw where there's a lot of consistency in the rhythm of it. You just know if that first dart's in the right position, they can just use the arm feel from the first to just ride it through. All right, there's a little bit of a favor from Sid, letting Philly off the hook by keeping them close, and now it's really just a Brian and Mike race for the meantime.
And Mike's got 101 point advantage. So he will almost guaranteed be first to a finish.
Almost guaranteed.
Almost guaranteed. Nope. I did that for you, Brian, because I know whatever I say is going to the opposite is going to happen. So, yeah.
But Porterfield can't leave a better finish than 142.
Can.
It's possible.
Yep. Opposite of whatever we say, folks. That's what
sorry.
happens. The guy that just threw a 180 throws a 22 because we said he was going to do good.
Oh, sorry. My bad out there, Mike Porterfield, a.k.a. Nick Teixeira. You guys are hanging around. About to start a blind draw, it sounds like.
Our 11th blind draw of the weekend.
I'll allow it. Actually, our 12th. The 11th already ran.
They ran in 11th this morning already.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing. They're doing some little
16 people.
Yeah, doing like minis instead of like doing the 16 teams.
Gotcha.
They were doing.
Well, the 12th might be bigger since they got more people out now.
Well, and it was cool because I was talking with the team and they were like, "Yeah, why don't we get like an experiment?" I was like, "If you're running double-digit amount of blind draws across the weekend, yeah, do a couple different formats. Do like a one where it's like a best of 7 but single elim. Like, why not run one of those? You know, mix it up, have fun."
We're gonna have a hidden cricket blind draw.
I love me some hidden cricket games.
Or something along those lines. Do the fun games. Gotcha. We're going to do a gotcha blind draw.
Oh, yeah.
That Shark Attack?
Yeah, Shark Tank.
Shark Tank, is that what it's called? Yeah, something like that.
I never played that one. I'm a big hammer cricket guy, big gotcha guy. Those are my, like, if I'm playing a fun game or a practice game of some kind, it's usually those.
Hammer's interesting just because of the multiplier. You can throw worse and win. There's a 180 from Philly.
And Sid definitely in ice cold freeze territory here. Opposite of the last like performance where there was no questions. He was just fine. More than fine.
Yeah, so no pressure here on Brian. 82 to do. He knows Philly will get a shot at 73 even if he misses.
Like saying Porterfield would be fun to watch in the CSE. I wouldn't disagree with that. Wouldn't disagree with that either from Bubba Bigham. 82 on the hit. 1-1 here into this top 4 matchup. And Philly was ice cold in the first leg. Well, then leg number 2 was ice cold by Sid. It's going to be a question of, hey, is the freeze going to be the defining factor, or are we all going to get one where we're all off to the races? That can happen too.
Ryan in with his first start once again. Ryan's feeling it today. Big old 160. He looks at Sydney and he goes, so pretty. So pretty.
That's exactly what he did. Beautiful stuff from Brian, though. I was challenged to throw immediately. I'm feeling, I'm just thinking early on, just get in.
Yeah, honestly, it's Sid and Philly have been the question marks in this match. Both the first 2 legs basically have went with the guy that starts, but Philly not able to get in.
And the first start was nowhere really near that double 20, and he stayed for it. I really would have just preferred a little. Here's the thing. The amount of times we call for someone to move on something, there's also the amount of times we're like, why are people moving so much? When it's double in, you are supposed to move around a little bit more than you would otherwise, because it's just about hitting a segment.
Yeah, unless you're smashing the double pretty consistently, like, hey, I'm hitting the double 20 well today, that's the double. Usually you're searching for a double that's going in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking to stay perfect. Why do I talk? I'm a genius.
It's okay. You want to talk about it?
I hate myself.
No.
Ugh. Sorry, Brian.
Okay, you're just
Sid,
cursing us. No 9-darters.
Sid looking to miss here.
It's a hit.
Do it every time.
All
All right, Philly not going to get in this time. In fact, not even going to get in with 100 plus.
Oh,
dang
I thought
it.
it was going in. We were both.
I would have been doing reverse commentary the rest of the day.
I'm not gonna lie. I've thought about like adding like a video delay where like we're commentating. It looks like we're predicting everything that happens. Like doing one of those streams just to see if anybody notices. Maybe we just look really smart for once. But
Huge 180 there from
Massive.
Mike. Really kind of making this leg almost untouchable for Brian and Philly, unless Philly really puts in something big and Sid helps him.
the timing from Porterfield has been impeccable. It gets to that finish. Bubba under a little bit of pressure, but should be all right. Play for the bull, play for 15,
Yeah,
play for 19.
18.
18, excuse me.
He goes bull.
So it does get to a finish. Debatably, 138 almost equally as hard as 160. I actually don't mind 160 as a leave comparatively. Here's the question mark moment. Will Bubba even get a swing at the 160? Needs Billy to find at least a two trouble turn here. Work up on that dart. But no. Doesn't get there and almost guarantees the freeze. Barring a bust. No. It's Sunday commentary at its finest, folks.
Scott Wollaston saying, I don't know much about Porterfield, but after watching him play singles cricket, I need him to throw for me. The guy was playing unreal 9 marks after 9 marks. Yeah, he was definitely feeling it Friday night, and we've seen that from Mike in the past.
He's one of those players I want to start seeing travel to just a couple more events, get a little bit out of the region, because like he does so well when he plays in the New York PA BullShooters. He does well when he shows with the Chicago. I would love to see him also get on some of those other circuits as well and continue to get his name out there because he clearly has the game.
Yeah, I don't know Mike's life or his limitations as far as travel goes, but I certainly think he could be successful traveling to a bit more tournaments.
Well, the big thing he has to learn is the pack light because he has a different pair of sneakers for every jersey, and you just gotta eventually accept that. But he does play other. I will say I know he plays in like the steel tip DP pit, and he's won that before and whatnot as well.
But again, local. I mean,
Yes. Yeah, very talented player for sure, and really is a good ambassador for the game too. Really nice.
as we see, first start double 19. So a 2-1 lead for Mike and Sid.
So far, staying chalk though, or with holds of throw. Bubba's just gonna have to settle down, play his game again. He scored just fine that last one. Was having a little bit of a against the darts kind of situation here, so no notes for him. All about just staying consistent here, getting it to that last leg decider. A good Shanghai in from Brian.
Solid follow. Comes down to Philly and Sid. Promising sign from Philly.
It's all about going first, it seems. That's the difference maker. It's been, especially when the freeze format and the freeze has been coming into play in legs, going first advantage matters so much more.
Well, there is a bit of added pressure on that fourth player. Once everyone comes in with a ton plus, like Sid's in a tough spot there where he even more so feels like he can't miss. Because they're all getting a head start on you anyways.
And it's definitely a head start. Ryan off to the races, finds a 140 back up the 120. He's just aging better and better turn on turn. Another good placement, though, on that dart. You can tell. You can just tell when he gets middle low on that treble, it usually doesn't kick down. It goes up or to the right of it. It's beautiful. Good way to keep up with Bubba there.
Yeah, I'd wager to say that Mike has the angle and still tip like Phil Taylor always had, just slightly downward to where you could stack them easily as Philly follows with the 1080 as well.
Yeah, it's a great shot by Seagal. Sid feeling the going forth pressure. Maybe he's not feeling it. Another one would help. Solid scoring visit there, but everyone's off to the races, it seems, and Brian going to be the first one to try to set up a finish. Will he leave one? And if he does, how good will it be?
Stay in there. Right shot. You leave it out with a single. There, you may be tempted to switch to the 18, but well, you got to hit a fat.
I overthought it a little bit there.
Yeah, I agree. I like the 118 just because it's one triple to get a look at the double. Whereas if you go 54, you got 124. The double you're going to get a shot at is probably the bull.
Good shot for Porterfield. Teeing up 81. Billy's like, all right, I'm going to make sure to leave myself a finish just in case. Does do so, and that's a great last.
Yeah, the biggest thing is just making sure he stayed out of touching distance from Sydney.
Also true.
Try to maintain that freeze on Brian's next shot. Brian's not able to take out 173, so he'll look to get low and get the freeze.
Porterfield more likely will not get a shot at that 81.
May look at the 19s here. 133 leaves 40.
It is frustrating if you're in a Porterfield position where you're like, all right, I'm not even going to get a chance for the 12. The only way he would have had a shot at out in this given game would have been a 9. That's a great set there from Bingham. All the way down to 36. Well teed up. Shot is off for Porterfield.
See Sid shaking his head back there.
Single 20. Double 10 to try to play it safe. Works all the same. And now Sid needs to leave himself a finish and hope that Brian and Philly miss some darts here. That's your only way really out of this. Once you're frozen, it's really hard to get a shot at the dartboard again.
Filling it up. Just Sid said, let's go, baby. It doesn't freeze the 36, but it does make it to where Brian can't bust. Like, Brian should play this really aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
To where if he misses, he's hitting singles. If he goes single 18, single 9, the freeze is on.
Outside.
Yeah, I don't love this.
Yeah, you got to play this real quick on it.
20 does it. I would just throw a fat 20.
Yeah, it's hard. Either hit the game dart or hit the single 20.
Oh, it's tough because he's playing better than Philly. That's such a tough spot.
Oh, this is not a fun decision.
He hits it. All right, all is well. So we are tied up at 2 apiece.
Yeah, that's a tough call because usually when someone's frozen, it's pretty easy to say that you win from that position majority of the time. So the single 20 feels like a winning dart, but at the same time, the winning dart's also a winning dart. It worked out well. That's a beatable diddle there from Porterfield. Oh, but Bubba just kind of wings that one over to the left. So here we go. Mike Porterfield does get the start. It's been whoever has the throw in this matchup. Will that change here? Or will we stay the same?
Oh, my. Mike only getting in with his 3rd dart. That has to feel like a win if you're Brian.
Especially if Brian gets in on 1. He's off to the races here.
Yeah, Brian feeling pretty good in this match. Playing well.
We take the happy accident double 5. Finds a trip as well, though. Sid's like, all right, I'll pick up some of the slack here. I'll start doing what we need to get done.
And Sid coming off that 180, feeling fired up.
Oh, yeah.
Now all the pressure on Philly. They only come in with 60. Good recovery there from Mike after a wayward first. But Brian in the pole position here. You can keep hitting 2 triples a turn. He should get a look at a 12 darter.
It's going to be the goal here. Lights are set on it. That will work. Look at Bubba go.
Huge shot there from Brian.
Biggest thing, though, Sid just needs to keep doing what he did. He started off just fine there. Continue to push that envelope.
That's a huge opening now for Philly.
Yeah, we saw earlier Sid freezing Porterfield in a situation where Porterfield didn't even get shot at a 12 darter. Well, now all of a sudden you're letting Philly off in a situation where that could have been the same case.
Philly not taking advantage, though. Only scoring 41.
Mike can be the first one at a finish here. Not now. Brian knows this is an important turn. Set up real big here. Put the pressure on Sid. Hope Philly gives you a little bit of relief here.
We'll be looking for a 177 to leave 24. These next 6 darts will determine this match.
Agreed.
Can Sid do enough to give Mike the opportunity to freeze? Or will Philly do enough to guarantee that Brian gets a shot? That's a huge opening now for Philly.
Philly just
just one triple is all Philly needs to ensure that Brian gets a look at 61.
That's it.
Now he has to stay straight because a 180 would leave 6. Just a solid ton.
That's not the triple needed.
No, only 36. So Mike has to get below 60. 2 triples. 140. It's a great start. Billy knows it. He's already shaking his head in the background. Huge 180 there from Mike.
Absolute insanity. This is the second time now where someone's gotten frozen on for the 12.
Yeah, Brian has played pretty amazing in this leg. His only real error was losing the cork.
How dare you miss one dart for a bull?
54. Maybe just go double bull.
That's what I was thinking.
Leave the 4. Yeah, that's what he's looking at. Still not over though. I mean, we've seen crazier things happen than a miss from Sydney and a big shot from Philly to then freeze the opposite direction.
Yeah, with how far back they both are, anything's still possible.
And we've seen big shots from both of them. I mean, we've seen Philly hit a 180 in this match. So now all he has to do is 2 triples. Well, it's like a one, big triple and some good score. Even 110 would be enough. If the first dart's a triple 20, you could go bull. Needs another one. Needs another big dart. Single doesn't do it. Huge shot. The opposite direction.
We're just going to clean this up probably to 4.
Oh man, the back and forth.
Wow. What timing there from Philly Mike Segal.
Yeah,
Gets all the way down to 2.
nothing for Porterfield to do there.
But the only saving grace is he only will have 2 darts at doubles. If you are the Mike and Sid fans in the household.
So 11 now for Brian. Should be fat 3 for double 4. It could go the other direction now.
Whoa!
Sid's going to have to step up and put in a big shot and hope that Philly can't match it.
I can't believe that. All of a sudden, I feel like Sid's
a
about to
good
lock
marker.
in.
It's a good marker dart. He did hit a huge 180 in the last leg. 140. You see the reaction from Sid.
Pressure back on the Philly.
So Philly needs more than a ton again.
Hopefully he didn't adrenaline dump thinking, all right, I hit the shot, my partner's going to get a swing.
135 is enough. Not going to happen. And now Mike gets a look at double 1. And he's frozen regardless. So Mike, even if he busts, 126 and 2 is 128. Philly 1 higher than that.
Oh.
So Brian is frozen.
Yeah, I think Mike recollecting here is this is the exact moment where you
This is
expect that
so
walk off.
nuts.
This is a crazy last game side to get to the seat match.
Frozen to the other side, frozen to the other side now, frozen. Insane.
Oh my goodness. Mike Porterfield to the madhouse.
And I wouldn't take this for granted because it could go back the other direction. Yeah, I think Mike knew he needed to hit that there. So Brian's going to set it up. Or at least look to. He is frozen. They're talking about it.
You saw him hold number 4, like, hey,
It's-
set the 4.
The question becomes, do you leave 2 or 4? Because at this point, you feel like 2 points might be all the difference.
It absolutely can be all the difference with how close this one is.
So he goes 9 to leave 2. And now it comes down. Hit the button. Now it comes down to Sid and Philly again. This would be absolutely insane if one of these guys took it out after having their partner froze multiple times.
Taking turns. Won't get the dart at it. Needs to bring this down more. Good last dart there. Every dart is celebration.
It's a big last, but Philly only needs 1 triple to freeze.
Oh my goodness. Mike Segal. Philly finds a trip.
Bull's not enough either.
Oh, Mike Segal leaves 4.
Is this darts or tennis? Because
What
the
is
back
happening?
and forth is crazy.
What is it? This is an insane like as Brian McConnell goes and hits the button for Porterfield. No, but you're in the madhouse now and Sid's sitting on 40. You got to be careful. This is an important dart. Bubba Brian Bigham. Another opportunity for the match
And
to get
he
to the
has
seat.
to hit it or Sid has a look at 40. So now Sid could win the game.
Oh my goodness. What is happening? They are all in disbelief. This is one of the craziest last leg deciders I've ever seen in the pro bracket.
It's certainly one of the most exciting I've ever seen with the freeze rule in play.
I love freeze roll for this very reason. Moments like this is
I hate the freeze rule for this very reason.
I love it. I'm here for it. Give me drama.
No, it's intrinsically bad. It either doesn't come into play or somebody has to feel like they completely blew it for their team.
Over to the double 10. Outside. And he gets it. Sid and Porterfield somehow fade. You get to look at Porterfield. He thought for sure that might be over, and all of a sudden it is their favor. Back and forth. What an incredible last leg decider. That is beautiful, beautiful, intense, nervy, squirrely darts. Oh my goodness. What a treat that was.
Yeah, I don't think we can beat that. Like the rest of the day Sorry.
It was by far the most interesting leg of darts. And that match in general was just interesting because of the alternating, like, who's struggling, who's not. That was really fun through and through. And now the ladies' top 4 is getting underway here in just a moment. That's going to be Joe and Daniela taking on MFMA.
And can we mention
We can.
that both Mike and Brian had a look at double one, and both of them hit a single with their
Mhm.
first dart. And neither time, actually, when Mike left 2, it was 126 to 129, and the freeze came into play because he left 2. I was getting ready to say that had either of them left 4,
It would have been fine.
it would have been fine. But no, because Mike left 2, it actually did come into play the one time.
Oh, that was a fascinating study case of the freeze rule dynamic,
Yes.
though. I definitely think if we clipped out that one and said, "Hey, this is an interesting freeze rule play," and like actually did a breakdown from like a third party point of view, that is so fascinating. The shot selection, the mathing of it all, truly that was a fun one. All right, the ladies will be ready in just a moment. We're gonna get this ladies top 4, then we're moving on to the pro doubles seat match, and then we're moving back for the ladies doubles seat match here. That's gonna be a run of show coming up in just a moment. I'm Nick Shore, joined by DJ Sayer. Welcome back, everybody, to a top 4 ladies doubles match. Joe and Danielle taking on MFMA here for what should be an exciting affair on our dartboard, because we got to see who's going to make it to the Julie's Back Hurts team in the Queen Seat match. I am curious, though, because we saw the other top 4 in the ladies. We're seeing this one. No Trish, no Kalika. Which is kind of interesting to see at this point in the bracket.
Yeah, did we see where they lost?
I'm going to check that right now.
Who beat them? Getting our first look here at Kay Strayer.
Well, it looks like Can-Am was feeling the mixed triples last night and lost to Joe and Daniela. Actually.
Okay.
So lost round 1, playing the losers
A
back for a little bit.
rematch of yesterday's final right out of the gate.
Yep.
And the Joe and Daniela getting their revenge.
Yeah, and then they went out to Team Double D's that is currently playing in the
So
7th.
they're out of it.
They're out.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, so that's a bit of an upset. First time we haven't really seen Chalk come through here this weekend.
So the perfect run is over for
Oh,
Trish there.
Trish will not win every event.
She felt like job was done after that $3,000 added
Oh,
trips last night for sure.
Trips was by far the best paying event this weekend.
Look at that. Beautiful hat trick there from Daniela. First look at the MFMA team. Curious to see what they will provide to the dartboard. That's going to be Kirsty Stayer and Brandy Brandt on that team. I apologize if I mispronounced any names. DJ gave me all the pronunciations in advance. Jojo does find a bull in the last to leave the 165. And with your partner at 43, you're going to be just fine.
Just short of freezing, though.
It is true.
Brandy's not going to take it out, but yeah, with 43 and 165's 208, Kay Strayer at 207.
Yeah, 2 points off the freeze. So, and we're I just gotta say, we're brushed up on some of the freezing after the last match there.
Daniela's mom watching from Myrtle Beach. Well, welcome. Oh, and Daniela busting.
Mom, you made her nervous. Yeah, it's a bust. It's not the most detrimental. It's only becomes detrimental depending on what Strayer does here.
Not a lot. Only 28 scored. JoJo should be able to freeze the 69.
Needs to get below 136. So just a good old bowl will do so. Does do so.
Yeah, not playing for the finish there. Smart by JoJo. 165 is an out, but it requires 3 triples.
And refresher here. Ladies bracket is open. Big difference maker there from the double.
Brandy knows she's not allowed to take this out. 48. Yeah, going for 45 to leave 3. Try to go 17 to leave 1. Daniela getting a second opportunity at this 43. Eight for 35. Typically on the 35, I like throwing at the single 19, single 3 route, but with the fat open in play, I think the fat 19 would be the better shot. She goes for the 15 to leave 20, but misses into the 10, and then busts again.
Now it's starting to be the, hey, you gotta be careful now. 179 can get brought down quite low here. Technically can get brought down all the way to 2. Effectively, probably the 29 range was the ideal target. Joe here. has an opportunity to just go ahead and say, fine, I'll do it myself. I'm for bull. I like the route. Happy accident. I was going to argue that I like the trip 12 over the double 18 in this given scenario just because you have a higher chance for decent points compared to a double 18 where if you go outside or hit a 1 or 4 compared to going for a trip 12 where you have the trip 9, trip 5 as well. Just trying to get down to 1. No harm, no foul, though. Yet.
So Daniela going to get a third chance at this 43.
Becoming an arch nemesis of hers, it seems. You said at least it's a different number when I reapproach, but you still have 145 now. That's an opportunity. And Strayer. This needs a couple of starts to stop going astray. One big turn. That's all it is.
So Joe will get a look at 35. Really no pressure. You still have Brandy frozen. Two 13s now. JoJo does get it done. Not the most exciting of legs, but job done.
Yeah, it went from explosiveness to hey, let's go ahead and taper off near the finish line. It's easy to do when you're not getting challenged in a way where you need to hit those darts, but that's what separates long tournament runs from short bursts, winning a couple matches and then losing out of nowhere, is getting those consistent, I'm walking across the finish line, I'm not letting up the gas pedal. And it's a subconscious thing. You're not trying to play any worse. It just happens towards the end, and collecting on those rounds can make all the difference, though. Randy was fine. It was Strayer that also needs to just settle into place here, find a couple of requisite bulls. Daniela did hit a hat trick in the last one.
Better from Strayer.
Currently on that full bracket men's doubles side there, you have 4 teams left on the winner's side. You got the Hillbillies versus That's BullShooter going up against each other on the bottom side. Top side, AJ and Space Lizards.
As JoJo opens up with a hat trick. Huge shot there from JoJo. Brandy's staying hot too. She scored really well in the last one. Just unlucky that she was frozen so many times.
You're just going to switch to that supporting role. In a 3-on-1 format, if your partner opens with a hat trick, all you're doing is making sure they get another shot. Yeah, obviously, you're finding that bull with some success there. Just like Daniela was in the last one. It was just the finishing part that was getting in her way. That was a very impactful last start. Gives herself a finish. Helps bring down that score a little bit. Puts a little bit more pressure.
Much better here from Strayer, though.
Absolutely. Joe, 151. Doesn't collect. We have seen, I believe, one on-stream 6-dart 301 leg so far. We've seen Olivia Terry in back-to-back legs miss it on the last dart. She went 5 for 6 twice in a row in the same match. Only seen one 9-dart attempt to get to the 9th dart so far. At this point in the tour last year, we had 1.5 if you count Patrick Atea's 9-darter on the overhead cam in between a match. It's on. Definitely feeling some frustrations though.
Still anyone's game. Strayer, a couple bulls and a triple 11. She's found one a turn.
Nice and consistent. 84 will now have an opportunity to get taken out. Bull for 217s.
It's a good miss. You can now go single for the bull.
I don't think she likes the flight position too much. Or there was a little bit of a distraction from the sideboard there. As that king seat's starting to
Looked
warm
like
up.
a Sid Vaughn dart.
I just didn't regain the focus. I don't know if that would necessarily say it was a break of focus, but definitely didn't help. 87 now is the look. 51 for 36, 57 for 20.
Daniela gets a look at 86 and could freeze. The Brandy back at 71. Daniela doesn't have to take this out.
Still needs to get to that freeze range. Does do so in the last. Needed that bull to go in for the freeze.
Yeah, so Strayer not able to take this out. She is frozen. She'll leave 2. Great setup.
Yeah, getting all the way down there.
Now she just needs JoJo to miss. JoJo doesn't do that very often.
Certainly doesn't want to miss. Big old 18 for the win. Ooh, well, big old 17 for the win.
Kind of walking a little bit. I think she thought she was in. There she is. You can walk now. So Daniela and JoJo do win that match. That was the queen seat?
That was to get into the
queen seat match. So for Strayer and Brandy, they will have to fight in a 5th, 6th place match in their next one. And we jump right over to the pros king seat.
That was perfect timing, actually. Good stuff.
They probably waited.
Yeah, you know what?
They're like, we'll let this one finish, and then we'll go.
This is a group of gentlemen, to say the least. Here we go. King seat matchup here in our pro doubles bracket. Who's going to get that ticket to the final booked right here? Who's going to have to play back from the 3rd place position? Mike Porterfield, Sid Vaughn taking on Steve Hilger and Seth Stefano in this enticing matchup.
And Mike didn't get in. Bit of a shocker there. Based on the way we saw Seth and Porky play in their last match, you gotta feel like it's all gonna come down to Sid. If Sid plays well, they probably win. If Sid has the inconsistencies we saw in the last one, they're probably gonna lose.
When it mattered most, Sid did come to, but you're absolutely right. We did not see the same struggles from Porky here. He was pretty collected throughout the whole experience. Had one standout leg, and the rest of the legs were just doing what he needs to get done.
he played that second player role perfect.
Yes.
Like you're the complimentary player that just makes sure you don't freeze your partner, but do well enough that if you guys get the opportunity to freeze the other team, you're there. Mike, 5 darts to get in. Does come in with a strong triple.
Off to the races. Stefano goes low on the second. You can't see he pantomimed it. He sailed that last dart up a little bit.
Trevor Washburn saying, who doubles in on 17? Kind of agree with that. It is a different one. Yeah, and Sid looks a lot better this time around.
I think the boost of confidence and the surge of what was, again, the most exciting last leg decider I think we've seen in the pro doubles. Debatably this tour, as that was a really fun last leg.
I've never seen a leg of freeze rule go back and forth so many times.
I have to agree with you on that one.
And it was by the narrowest of margins every time.
The way and the third darts for the freeze back and forth was the most exciting part. Is Porterfield's making up for that lax, and by the way, getting a 180 on the board.
Yeah, didn't come in until his 5th dart, but has been perfect since.
Now Sid can be the first one out of finish. Looking for a 120, give or take, 140, obviously. Not going to be the first one, though. Working with an outside opportunity, 140 will leave the 170. You can hold 4 darts all you want. I would always be thinking about what color flight I'm throwing if I had 4 different colored flights.
Yeah, does he switch it up? Because then I think you're adding a wrinkle of, like, you have to be throwing this dart each time. So it's something else to think about.
He claims to not think about it.
But yeah, if you don't care which one you throw, that's fine.
There was a running joke, I believe it was maybe an Indy 18 dart, where it was the yellow one was always missing, and then after like that was mentioned, it was like 12 in a row where it just wasn't collecting.
So that's where I would struggle. Like, I had a small tear in one of my flights last weekend, but it was in a spot like towards the edge that I could just rip off that piece. So then from then on, every time I missed one dart, I'm looking to see, was it that one? Because, that one little bit would have made it go in.
Yep.
So yeah, that would definitely be something that would play into my head as well.
Well, just the 140 on the leave. Seth failed to leave a finish. Porky will try to do a little bit better here to make sure they get an opportunity at the finishes. 122 and 140. Both decent finishes, but not guaranteed finishes. Bullseye. Goes for Mike Porterfield. Finds a 1-2-2 on the whole throw after failing to get in.
Yeah, still won the leg in 15 darts and missed his first 4. So essentially an 11 dart leg there for Mike Porterfield.
Yeah, and that, I mean, this is impressive to be able to find that results. The board agrees, nodding in approval. Stefano back to the races there. He had a little bit of a taper at the very end of that leg. It didn't matter because Porterfield took out the 1-2-2 where he did.
Yeah, but I can almost guarantee these guys are thinking they have to throw 12 dart legs.
They'd be right in thinking so.
And Seth had 12 darts at it. I mean, everybody had 12.
And it's not even have to. The expectation is how consistent they are getting that too. I mean, they're all so capable of doing so, especially right now. Seth Porterfield are in that range, and Porky and Sid. I mean, Porky doing the great job of the supporting role, like we mentioned, but Sid has been the only one here that hasn't been on for 12 at some point in their streamed appearances today. Porky did have one earlier.
Terrible second dart there from Seth. But he recovers nicely, putting in a 121. Mike gonna tie it up, the 140.
Porky 83 wanted a little bit more juice on the squeeze, but we'll take it. How would Porterfield do in the CSI, specifically the CSI in TOC? I feel like Porterfield would be a contender for a top 4, top 5, 6 in that field right now. At least going off the field from last year, I don't have any reason to believe otherwise that he couldn't make a run at it, especially with in an all cricket format.
He'd be a competitor, absolutely.
It's hard to pick a guarantee when you have like that final of Ram Guevara, Mike Maloney, where Ram legitimately averaged over a 6.2 on the day, I think, in a long format series.
Yeah, I don't think there's a guarantee for any of those guys, but I think Porterfield definitely becomes one of the 5 or so favorites to win it.
It's like the fascinating thing though about like the different locales and regions across the North American game is that there's these little pockets where, I mean, I would assume most of the West Coasters probably aren't as familiar with like a Mike Porterfield, right? Because he just doesn't get out of that region too often. And you see these big sleepers and these huge shots that can really make some big differences. And Mike Porterfield's a lot more well known now in the last 12 to 24 months than he was prior. But it's just so fascinating to see like you just don't have any guarantees in darts, especially with how much the standard has risen, and the average player just plays better.
Yeah, Gordon and I used to have a running joke when we did the podcast about my boy Doug, is how we'd say it, because you would hear from so many people like, oh, my guy here, he's great. If he traveled, he'd win everything. And it's like, well, until he does, we can't speculate.
True.
Like, we can say that we think they would compete, but it's a different world until you actually go out there and do it.
And you just see with these players that like will make the big events in their local areas or regions, maybe travel to one outside that. Like I always think like Brandon Perez is one of my favorite examples of a top tier talent that pretty much never leaves Las Vegas. Leaves 155.
Yeah, not enough to freeze. A triple would have done it. But instead, Seth gets a shot at 52. And he gets it done. So tied up at 1 apiece. Yeah, I think Sid knew what he needed there.
For the record, I do know Wyoming technically exists, but like Wyoming, Delaware, these aren't real states. I've been saying it. I'll keep saying it.
Ridiculous.
Levi and Jason up 1-0 over Philly and Bubba in that 5th-6th match. The Dark Gods heroes that we saw play against Seth and Steve are eliminated by team No Teeth.
So Levi's playing with Godek? I thought Levi and Hedrick were playing together today. I don't know why I thought that. I thought that's what he had told me.
Maybe Hedrick took the night off after, or day off after the long night. Who
Maybe.
knows?
Yeah. Oh, and Sid unable to get in.
This could be a potential punish from Porky.
Who's our runner-up in the pro singles?
The pro singles runner-up was Brian McConnell,
Ryan McConnell.
Mike Porterfield's partner from the pro-am.
Because if Porterfield and Sid win the doubles, the runner-up from pro singles would get the bid to the Invitational.
So there's a timeline where Brian McConnell goes pro in New York, comes over here, and his partner ends up playing him. Vice versa, all of a sudden, completely different story. Guys, Wyoming does exist. Okay.
Hedrick got sick, according to Skinny. Okay, well, that's not good. Hopefully he's all right.
Too much juice boxes for Joe.
Comes Porky. Tries to load it up for a 171, but have to settle for a 133. Still in the lead here in this leg. Get on top of the triple. Does still manage to find a couple of them.
And not a bad last start by any means. Into the 141. No ability for Mr. Shiesty Boy to be able to set up a finish.
Pushing him left. Only 50.
He's sort of walking the dart in a little bit, but it just wasn't collecting.
Yeah, so not going to be able to freeze Mike here. So Sid can relax and just put in a big score. Yeah, 135. Sitting pretty. Boldly 170. Did, but finds the double. Good look there by Porky.
Porterfield for the 141. Even if it doesn't go, can continue to just chop this down until Seth catches back up. Leaves 50. Stefano needs to collect.
Yeah, you feel like he needs a 180 here.
He agrees.
Lots of room. He finds the 180. That applies pressure to Sid now.
It's all about the ebbs and flow of that, right? Taking that pressure on yourself and saying, all right, if I hit this big shot, though, they're going to be feeling it twofold.
If Sid can answer, he'll freeze.
Pressure makes diamonds.
Great shot.
Answers right on back.
So Steve is frozen now.
And you're thinking, okay, well, Porterfield more likely is going to spend one dart on the split on the 50. He's not going to go right at it. I need to make sure Stefano gets a shot, and more likely will not be able to do so, as he has a little bit of a laugh about it.
Yeah, no pressure now from Mike. Good finish. Another 15 dart leg. And Seth and Steve will have the start in leg 4. Throwing to stay in the match.
Yeah, definitely getting interesting here. Stefano just needs to find a good 12 darts in a row. He absolutely shown just a perfectly fine high gear. But right there, that's a wide open moment where there's these occasional turns that just go a little bit left, a little bit right. In this case, a little bit up, a little bit down. Mike Porterfield, I'm going to clown around with this one. Well, that is well low, though. Good correction.
Solid open there by Steve. Who now, the dynamic is kind of shifted. Probably has to win the leg for his team, with Seth not getting in right away.
And Sid does get in, and you're not wrong by any means. Porky's not going to be afraid of that opportunity. In fact, he's going to relish in it a little bit. He has a good mental game when it comes to his approach at the Aki, and it's not going to scare him off by any means. But that being said, Stefano going to make sure it's not too hard of a job and try to make up for lost time.
Well, and Seth gets an extra 3 darts on Sid now. So it really just comes down to Seth and Sid at this point. Assuming Steve just continues to be down the board and Mike does as well.
Now that's why I don't like Wyoming. You have to be an outdoors person. I'm a soft hands computer guy. Appreciate everyone chatting along with this seat match here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Still pulling that first start to the left. That was correct on the last. Needed a correction. Porky's still leading the pack, though.
Good shot there from Seth. 140. Mike can't leave a finish.
Currently, Levi and Jason and Philly and Bubba are now 1-1 in their matchup. Just getting into the diddle there to see who plays no teeth in the 4th place match. Porky leave a finish. More than likely will. And it's going to be a good one. Ah, look at that. Steve Hilger rising to the occasion as you prophesized over there.
Yeah, putting in one of the best legs we've seen so far today. Really just great timing here from Porky. When their back's against the wall and they have to win the leg, your partner slips up and doesn't get in the first turn, and you rise to the occasion. Mike gonna fill it up this time. No, it's wayward with the second one.
At 192, no finish in sight. This is pretty much poised to hit that last leg decider territory. Steve Hilger on for the 12. Can do it in 11. Choose to take 12. Double 16. Doesn't go quite yet, but no harm, no foul with Sid and Mike now to finish. And interesting note, I did get an update from my field reporter, Brian McConnell, saying that I forgot to mention, Porterfield did win pro doubles with Doug Babe in New York this go around, so already has an invitational spot booked prior to winning his singles here.
So Brian got in Friday, just making the final.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Which makes sense. So thank you, Brian McConnell, for letting me know that you got in. It's so hard to keep the head straight with all the different stops. I need to start getting my good old-fashioned 2x4 note cards and start writing some stuff down. I can't keep it all in here. The big head's just for show, folks.
You started an entire discussion in the chat about Wyoming. I've
Yeah.
never seen people talk about Wyoming more.
Well, we're trying to raise awareness in this household.
8 now for Porky. There it is. We are going to play all 5.
I'm excited to see this one go the distance, but nothing can top the excitement from the last leg decider of the last one. It feels like it's a tall task. Let's see how this one plays out.
Seth started to the board. I thought he was getting ready to cork. I think Mike might have ran away, and Seth's like, "Hey, I want to go ahead and put my cork." Or oh no, I'm gonna throw till he gets back.
Yeah, it's on timing. I mean, it was a pretty quick turnaround from their top 4 to the seat, but still.
Yeah, I don't like restroom breaks in the middle of matches, especially when we're only playing 5 legs of 501.
The only time you'll ever have a middle of match Russian break where I won't absolutely hate it is if it's a double dip scenario. First set's over, second set hasn't started yet, and the first one went for quite a bit. At least we know where it feels hydrated. In the meantime, I guess we'll go ahead and take a look here at the tail end of this, and once they get back into that diddle, we'll go right back over. But
yeah. Looks like Philly and Brian are way ahead in this one. Brian's sitting on 24.
and a last leg decider.
Looks like he's averaging 53 in this leg. So he's on 24 after 9. He probably come in. Well, he was going in on the 160s, right?
Yeah.
So I was thinking maybe he came in with an awkward double and wasn't able to leave the 9. Is why he set up 24, but no, he probably had a miss.
We'll get a shot at 24 here, and then we'll get right back in. They just finished the diddle. Looks like Porky. Did he tie that diddle?
I think that's a tie. Oh, nope. Somebody won it.
Ryan Bigham, 24.
For a 10-dart leg.
Pretty cool.
I wonder if he missed getting in on his first start, and he's been perfect since.
Could be possible.
I bet that's what happened.
Well, here we go. As Brian does get it done there with a 50.1 and 0 point per dart. The seventh Steve, Mike and Sid, last leg decider in the seat match here. Who will make it through to the finals first? After this, we will be getting right into that ladies queen match and then back for the pro finals. Ladies bracket currently in the top 6 remaining teams.
Seth, start us out. Oh, and he's going to come in strong. He kind of jumps on the third one, throwing it away, but 101 in. Solid.
You'll take it every time.
Mike going to essentially match the in from Seth with a 100.
Porky, who was the hero of the last leg. Going to get a solid in, but nothing crazy there. Question mark Sid. Needs to silence all the people questioning. Just get a couple good rounds in there. Fails to get in. You can see the frustrations. He knows that could be potentially costly.
I don't think he's going to get let off the way that we saw in the last match. You know, he and Philly kind of took turns hitting big shots to freeze, but what we didn't really discuss is the only reason those opportunities were given is because the other guy, after hitting a big shot, would then have a poor shot. I don't see Steve doing that for Sid here.
Steve really hasn't had a bad leg in this matchup,
Not at
or
all.
the other one we saw before. He's had a couple above average legs, but a lot of just solid average. Like you said, an ideal B position player, which is kind of how he's been filling his role. Then again, Sid did clutch up when it mattered most in that last leg. He needs to stay clutch because he's going to have to be under some pressure, you would expect.
Yeah, I think at minimum he's looking at like a 120 type open needed.
If he gets 120 open, he's only within 40 points of Hilger. I wouldn't say all is forgiven, but there's not as much harm done. There you go.
Exactly as we called it.
We sometimes know what's about to happen.
Seth could be the first to a finish here. 140 leaves 160. Ooh, that's awkward. Has to stay there, though. Oh, good adjustment there to find one triple.
A great adjustment at that. I mean, it's hard. It looks easier on camera than it does in real life to move off angle and try to take advantage of your first barrel position that is usually in a disadvantageous position.
Mike doesn't leave a finish either, so Steve now from 348.
All big collect there from Hilger, finding the 140.
Sid now needs a 180 to pull back within the pack.
Yeah, minimum's the 140. 180 is realistically what you need in this scenario. Working on the wire.
Yeah, not enough. You feel like Seth's gonna get 6 from 200 now. Well, he's guaranteed 6 from 200, but I feel like he's probably not gonna have to take it out on his next turn. But he's gonna leave double 10.
Seth Stefano. Beautiful 180 there in Porterfield now. Only able to set up himself. Hope he's able to take a shot at the board. More than likely from this position, might not be able to if Porky hits at least 100. This would be Mike Porterfield's first on-stream loss this weekend, right?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Yeah, class from Porky. No questions about this. No questions about this. Finds a 180 here. Sid, nothing you can do except hit a shot to leave yourself a finish and hope 6 darts don't go in for 20 and 28. 3 darts apiece.
Yeah, both Seth and Steve averaging right around a 40 point per dart this leg. Huge shots. Seth has 3 clear at double 10 for the win. He only needs 1. You see what it means. Porterfield and Sid move into the loser's side. And I think we're going to get our women's queen seat coming up here. They are warming up, but we'll take a short little break, and as soon as they get started, we'll be right back with you. Don't go anywhere.
Here we go. Time for that ladies queen seat matchup. Not wasting much time getting to the board at all after the pro seat. Looking forward to seeing who wins between the Julie's Back Hurts and Joe and Daniela. As you see, Leinster goes up and hits a hat to get things started and gets supported by her partner, finding a low ton.
Yeah, Michaela and Julie, 5 out of 6 on the bulls to open the leg. Gonna be tough to beat. Julie can't follow the hat trick. Only an 11 scored that time. So an opening now for Joe.
An opening that you kind of have to take, right? You need to find at least 2 bulls here.
You say 2 or 3?
I'll take 3. I'll never not take 3.
Oh, she went for the 57 to leave 70. Interesting.
In this format, though, I think I still would have preferred the bull shot.
Unless she felt blocked, but yeah, I agree. Ryan Blakeney asking where Trish and Kalika are in the bracket. They are out. So they lost first round to Joe and Daniela, and then got put out on the loser side about 3 or 4 rounds later. So we will have a new champion here in our ladies doubles.
Ladies. Currently, that 4th place match is underway. I4 is up 1-0 over World Class Beauties. And we also have the 4th place match for the pro doubles bracket. No Teeth going up against Philly and Bubba.
Who's Don playing with? Who's Don playing with? I assume he's on No Teeth.
That is very fair.
Don Stewart and Doug Williams.
There you go.
I didn't know Doug's were false.
Maybe they're just starting rumors.
Outing yourself, bro. Don has no care. Have you ever had him flip his teeth at you?
Oh, yeah. I was filming B-roll, and you did that for the camera.
Okay.
I said, thanks. I can't use that.
105 still a finish. Couple of triples. I like the triple 19, triple 16 route. Bull, leave bull.
Yeah, bring it on down. Leave it a 1-dart finish. It's the way to do it and the way she does it.
Michaela has a shot here. 164, a tough ask. Starts with a bull. Oh, and she just misses.
$87 is a live one. Daniela looking for a nice finish here. We get 2 darts for 30. Exit. Good shot there from Daniela. Unless they're going to feel frustrated or maybe even eager, though. Start off with a hat trick to then not convert the result is a frustrating feeling in a 301 format. But the game of short memories.
Yeah, only scored 50 points with their next 6 starts combined.
Only 19 minutes left to sign up for mixed doubles. I have to close at 1:30. You want to play? Get in the mix. Mixed doubles, that is.
Charlene Soyson says, let's go, ladies.
Ladies. Finds the ball in the first.
There's a lot of promise with Michaela.
Yeah.
Like I really like the setup. I don't like that she kind of jumps at it, but The setup and the grip looks pretty promising.
And then Joe does still get a low ton.
Yeah, she's been the most consistent lady we've seen all day.
I'd have to agree.
Finding one or two, spicing in a couple of hat tricks, and hitting her outs when she gets chances. She hasn't really messed around on outs very much at all.
You can see Joe. She like went to kick Daniela, saying, "Come on, get in there, get you 2 bowls."
Sometimes you just need a kick in the backside.
Seems to have worked. Does look like I heard some cheering out there. Team Hillbillies did best AJ 2-0 in the seat match for the amateur doubles bracket.
Oh, hillbillies.
Yeehaw!
Jojo going to come away empty-handed this time. He is still in the lead, but that's going to be short-lived. Julie at the board. Yeah, Julie smashing in a triple to third.
You take the look here. Do you bring it on down? Bring it on down was the option.
I think that's the right move. Yeah, finding a couple bulls that keeps her team in play.
Especially with Michaela at 207 too, it puts a lot more pressure on her to find a low ton or more.
Great first. And second. Can she fill it up? She does. Huge hat trick there from Michaela.
Absolutely massive. 152, you kind of are starting to feel the heat. You can still start bull first here.
Yeah, JoJo can't freeze, so she should look to take this out. Worst case scenario, put in a couple bulls to see if Daniela gets a shot. Should look to hit it again. It leaves an awkward 46, but the easiest route. Yeah, good shot there by Joe. Forcing Julie to probably have to take out 88 now.
What does the lens store have in store for us?
It's a good miss. 19 again for the bull. Oh, she goes double. Can't take out 31 with one dart.
Yeah, this is like a double 15 play. You just bring it on down, something along those lines.
Triple 9, 27, leave 4.
Triple 9's is a bit risky for my taste, with the 14s and 12s right there. Now all of a sudden for a 2-0 win. This is the big number.
Gotta hit it.
Opponent's on a 1 dart finish. Bullseye.
It's it.
She ran over like she thought it was going to fall out of the steel tip board. That's what that felt like. Good shot there. And Joe and Daniela are your seat holders. And high 4. And Julie's back hurts will be right back up on this stream board over here. That'll be our next matchup. It will be the women's 3rd place match. Still waiting on the result of the 4th place match. So we're going to actually see if we can at least get a over the top look at it. Looks like they're just now getting underway there. So we'll kind of leave it on over here while they're still going at it. And we'll be back in just a moment's time for more coverage of our final day here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. My name is Nick Schur, joined by DJ Sayer. Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for the women's doubles 301 event. This is the third place matchup that we are looking at. This is Team High 4 taking on Julie's Back Hurts to see who gets to the final against Joe and Daniela. I'm Nick Shore, joined by DJ Sayer on the call.
Yeah, we switched over to that other one and noticed that Philly was on the 9. He did not get her done. Did end up winning the leg there, but almost got a 9 on the stream, kinda, maybe a little.
It's okay. He got nervous. We put the camera on him. It would have worked otherwise.
It's
Our
fault.
bad, Philly.
It's our fault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one's on us.
When in doubt, blame the commentators.
That's what I do. Wait, I am that. No low tons to get things started so far. Not going to see any in the first round here. It's still wide open. Alicia will get an opportunity now to be the first one out of finish.
Kayla now. Her partner Julie on 84, so all she really needs to do is put in a solid shot and give Julie the chance. Well, it was solid, but she needed 2 to freeze. So Alicia could hucklebuck the leg with a 151.
No hucklebuck in sight yet. It does not go her way. Munster needed single 18 and leave the bull. Instead went back for the bull to leave single 14. .195 can get brought on down into range here. You're just fishing for that good shot at the bull. All you're thinking about. You're like, just give me that low ton. That's all I need here.
Good shot there from Michaela. That did freeze. Julie now, 56 to do.
She gets the redemption. She's even giving herself a little bit of a pep talk on the way up to the Aki here. Visualizing, pointing, manifesting, and demanding. That's fine.
That's a very happy accident.
I think you gotta go inside, and open. Unless you're going to hit the double on the last. You already knew that, though, didn't you, Linster? Julie's Back Hurts up 1-0.
They should have lead us out. Finds one with the last. Good third.
You, though, still fishing for that first low ton. No luck in finding it. Kayla with an opportunity. He's done pretty well in moments like this. Love to see her get that execution on point here. Work in. Second dart was a good look too. Looked like it might have just been unfortunate on the wire side. Working in the chat. Working, get on the practice board. Stop playing games. You got a job to do. Oh yeah, and good shooting, by the way. Alicia does get to the 144. Linster now needs to get to a finish.
Only one. Michelle could make up for the first round with a couple bulls here.
Doesn't leave a finish. Does help get the score back in line a little bit here. Michaela. Again, I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but it's just about finding that first 2-bull round makes a huge difference. Otherwise, it's so squirrely, it's hard to make a decision one way or another about how it's going to go.
Alicia and Michelle are going to talk this one over. Starts with a bull.
Stay there to leave 43, just continue to try to race it down.
Kayla and Julie got a lot of support here in our chat.
All the love for the ladies. All of a sudden, the bulls might start coming in line. That'll work. Good low ton there.
Yeah, great shot there by Michelle. Not a freeze. Michaela is open to take out the 153. Oh, and a poor shot there from Michaela. Now, Alicia doesn't necessarily have to take it out. She can very easily freeze as long as she doesn't bust. 20 for bull. Now it's a bit tricky. Okay, that was enough. She needed to score at least 4 there. Like the bull was actually kind of risky.
Yeah.
Like, I think I would have thrown left side.
Yeah, I mean, the freeze is everything in that situation. You can see Linster, I think, confirming with the partner after the first start goes in. I'm just going to say to set it on up. Should suffice with just grabbing another bull here. Depends on what your preferred 10 or under is.
Hit the button.
Yeah, you can see the partner saying, just hit it, Linster. Don't want to accidentally bust it.
Linster doing her best Burger King impression, having it your way.
Oh.
Like, you tell me to hit a bull, I hit a bull. You tell me to hit the button, I hit the button. As we see Michelle take it out. Great 70 finish there, 2 dart and 65.
If I'm Linster, I'm saying, all right, partner, I need you to just tell me each dart because that worked really well.
She just told her to cork.
I guaranteed going to be a bull. Guaranteed.
She turned around and she's like, go throw a double bull.
Guaranteed. Oh. Not quite. Alicia has an opportunity to best.
He does. Michelle and Alicia to start us out. This is our 3rd place match.
This is our 3rd place match, getting to the finals.
Winner of this gets the opportunity to take on Daniela and JoJo again.
JoJo no Siwa. Alicia's going to be off to the races. Barely goes high on that second dart. Barely goes low on the third. Looked like it could have been a lot more. Does look like registration's just now closing for our 2 o'clock start time at mixed doubles. Looks like 191 players in that one.
You can't have 191.
Well, they're still probably typing. Oh, yeah, that's true.
It's a doubles.
Looks like they're still typing in some of the names, but 96 teams.
Okay.
Sorry, I normally just read the player number. It's normally right. As soon as I said, I was like, yeah, you're right. That's a little silly.
I wonder if somebody signed up twice. They're on 2 different teams, and that's why it's 191 unique players.
Ooh.
As Michaela finds a bull. So everybody coming in just solid. So somebody signed up solo.
It looks like maybe a player code didn't get put in the board properly or something there. They'll get that one sorted. That's why they have been closing signups earlier to actually spend the time making sure everything's perfect. Get those brackets starting all within 5 minutes of start time, which is half the battle when you're trying to run a big tournament, right?
Since they're not able to find a bull. We saw Michelle come up big there towards the end of that last leg. And she carried that momentum with her. She does push into the lead before Michaela throws. Michaela says frog.
Where? Alicia keen to punish, too. Again, some of her darts are just looking so tight. And the second one and third one, not quite, but 161. It could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot more damage based off that first dart.
Here comes the Leinster. Still a good shot there, 101.
Technically the worst low ton. It would feel good in that position for sure. Good shot from Leinster.
Oh, Michelle unlucky, no bulls. Kayla really needs to find one here. More than that would be huge. She does find 2. I don't feel like Alicia might have to take this out.
I would have to agree with you. Yeah, you get the benefit of starting the bowl, but the only positive note, it's still 2 trips after. And now you just go back to the bowls and hope it goes. Mopar saying 100 would be the lowest low ton. Nope, that's just a ton in my book. I know the graphic says low ton when you hit 100, but it can't be a low ton. It just is a ton. That's me arguing with the dartboards. Technically, you're right.
Double 18.
Takes a big step back, big deep breath. Hyping herself up. Match dart in hand.
Did Michaela tell her to go triple 12?
For the fans, trip 12?
For the gram?
Oh, it was for double.
For the thumbnail?
For the thumbnail. Please. Good last start fine on the bull.
Yeah. Michaela going to have to be less than 45 to freeze. But, going to get a look at the out. Just want to make sure she doesn't bust.
Gotta be careful on the start.
Yeah, this is tough. Oh, my. Oh, my.
Well off the margins.
Yeah. Now, the one good thing here is Alicia's probably not getting less than 13 based on this finish.
It's just what the route you're more likely taking.
Unless, I think Michelle sent her after the bull intentionally. Can't do it now. Even a triple 20 wouldn't freeze. So nothing hurt for Michaela. The Leinster's still able to throw at 36, but feel like she has to take it out.
Yeah, now this is a must hit versus what would have been a cool hit before.
Gotta make sure you don't throw a dart off the board.
Oh, yeah, got away from her as well. This is some nervy darts at the end of this
Yeah,
to
you
get to
can
the
tell.
final.
You can definitely tell these ladies are feeling the nerves.
It's hard not to. I get it.
Perfect first dart. 2 12s now.
Go inside. Didn't need to.
Drilled it. What nerves, says Michelle. So your third place finishers, Michaela and the Leinster, moving on to face our queen seat holders is Michelle and Alicia. And we're going to get more pro doubles.
Yeah, well, so we're going to, as soon as that final does start for the ladies, we are going to finish that final. This is a third place match
Gotcha.
for the pro. So we'll keep it on here on the overhead. If they get started, we'll start off with a little bit of it, but we will do full coverage of the ladies final, full coverage of the pro final, of course. So with that being said, we'll be back in just a moment's time when they get going here. My name is Nick Scher, joined by DJ Sayer. It's final time here for the ladies, as it is going to be a good matchup here. They were wasting no time getting to the board, and we're excited for every bit of it, as this is going to be some fun stuff here. It's going to be Joe and Danielle taking on High 4. This is a rematch of them in the top 8, where Joe and Daniela won that 2-0 over High 4. Let's see who has it. I'm Nick Chair, joined by DJ Sayer on the call. DJ, what do you think about this one?
Yeah, I think this one could go either way. Obviously, Joe and Daniela with the queen seat have to be beaten twice, so gotta favor them. But we've certainly seen moments from Alicia and Michelle that could lead us to believe they could pull off the double dip.
See Alicia having some struggles, only getting 40 points on the turn. Still above that 200 range. Daniela trying to punish on this visit here. And Daniela definitely have been looking like the toughest team on the board today. And again, that's mentioning the fact that Klika and Trish just not get the run going. Joe and Daniela were the ones that deprived them of that from out the gate. Let us know who you're cheering for in this final, folks. I'm looking forward to every bit of it. I hope you guys are too. We will be having that pro third place match start here in just a moment's time. No matter what, we will be on for the finals here. Of course, we do still have that amateur bracket running. Wherever it is at, we will continue our coverage after these two finals, of course, and the pro and women's.
Good start here for Daniela to this turn. She sets up 50. Great look. Perfect turn there from 163.
And all over the top side of the wire. That is frustrating. Only a 161 for 111. Danielle on front, and Joe's thinking, all right, I'm just going to get some supporting bowls here. Let's get down to 90, 78 scored. Nothing too bad there, especially the 161 being out of easy touching distance. Puts a lot of pressure on Alicia to continue to bring it on down, and she seems to be up to the task. Finds a hat trick. Good shot there.
Yeah, perfect timing. But Daniela sitting on 50.
Looks like there was a couple of teams still getting put in for that trips that is now already drawn the bracket. 99 teams, 198 players. That's an even number.
They figured something out.
I think they were still in the middle of putting in that team when we checked it, when we pulled that data. But yeah, no, love to see it. Should be very interesting to see how that bracket will develop there. Double top for Joe. Get a 1-0 lead and match point in this final. Doesn't get it. But has one dart left in hand. Gonna recollect. Looking to make something happen here. Doesn't get it again. Going outside. But 41 is frozen. So you have to just get to 10 or less, and then in this given situation, I would say 5 or less. Whatever your preferred single is. So it's trying to leave 1. Kind of having a laugh about it because sailed those darts a little bit too high. No harm, no foul, though. Daniela, 15. Same thing, match point.
Game point.
Game point. To get to match point is what I meant to say.
Oh, okay. $120 could go. Straightforward out. Not now. Yeah, Michelle's struggling a little bit in this leg. JoJo looking at 40.
And just hit the reset. Don't want to play with this too much longer. Now's the time to cross that threshold for this leg. Big 19. Just got to drill it. Oh, no. Drops it.
But Alicia is froze. Cannot take out 21. Should look at a 20 or a 19. Something in there to just bring it down. Looks like she was looking at the 20. So Michaela for 15.
It's a redemption. Daniela for 15.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Daniela. Ends in a la sound.
No, relatively the right range. Credit where credit's due, just like that 15 was. 1-0 lead and on match point for your seat holders. Here we go. Alicia will get the start here. Looking for a little bit of change up. Not the change up you had in mind. I do think Daniela and Joe make for great complementing partners with their style. It seems like they both taken their turns at saying, hey, we'll just get off to the races. And when stuff starts to get scrappy, the other one tends to help pick it up there.
What's the open bracket look like?
Currently playing in the top 16, it looks like.
Oh, my.
They're continuing to grind away over there as the third place match should be getting started here soon for the pro doubles.
I think the reason I asked is I think I saw the fellas discuss waiting until that one was done.
Gotcha.
So looks like we may get all of that third place match, and with the open bracket so far behind, that's probably best case scenario. We'll get the third and then the final of the pros and then finish out with the open.
Alicia going to continue to try to find that bull that's been evading her in this leg. Does get it on the last. Daniela can still be the first one out of finish.
Good shot. Daniela kind of running away with this leg. Quirky in there. More nap time with them not starting.
He said he doesn't need to be waking up until they start leg 2 on the pro side.
Which is funny because you don't know if they're going to play 3 or 5.
Good loads on there from Joe. Morning, Daniela. Both now on finishes and absolutely taking advantage of the position here against high 4. $103 for Daniela. Can still go for bull. Went to get the trip 15 first. I don't mind it because she does end up leaving the bull. Not a bad shot there from Daniela at all. 111 needs to get, well, below at least 111. Put some pressure on the 143. Joe here at 143. Finds the bull. Downstairs to a trip. Just going to tee it up here instead. How low are you going to go? Trip 14 gets you all the way down to 1. Leaves 30. I don't mind opting out of it, especially when you're up 1-0. 174, 130 are your opponent's numbers. 174 can't go. The only thing is you made the decision easier, if anything, but by saying you don't have to go for that finish, and might pay off as she finds a hat trick there for Alicia.
Trying to stay alive, but Daniela looking at 50. This is for the match and the title. Still has a look. 48, double or triple 16. Not now. Cannot freeze. So Michelle will get a look at the 130. And truly, Michelle could freeze without winning the game. It's highly unlikely. But if this first start were a miss, she could go triple. So like triple 20, for instance.
Yeah, didn't look it.
Didn't
You
do the
have
math.
to take that. You have to take that moment. That's costly, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, she would have still had to hit a triple, but yeah, triple 20, triple 19, one of those could have froze. So JoJo, who's been rock solid on outs, needs 30. And drills it first start. So your West Virginia ladies getting her done. Better in their second place finish from yesterday, going one better to first place today. Well done to Michelle and Alicia finishing as runners up. We see Brian, the resident West Virginian, coming over to get left hanging.
Hey, attaboy, attaboy, Bubba.
Hey. He looked like Tom Brady. Have you ever seen that clip? Google it. Tom Brady getting left-handed. Hanging where he's trying to high five and everyone like runs by him. It's hilarious.
Oh, poor Tommy boy. Poor Tommy boy. But now should be just about time to get this one going here for the third place. I think they were just, as you said, waiting for that one to finish. I think they want to let the ladies have the full limelight, or maybe they just wanted some for themselves. In either case,
honestly, I think Brian wanted to watch. I think he didn't want to be focused on that match.
I don't blame him.
Like, your girls are in the final over there. You kind of want to cheer them on and watch it. And it would be a little distracting trying to play your match while you're still trying to focus on what they're doing. So, yeah, I think smart. We have plenty of time for it.
Oh, yeah. Personally, don't mind at all. Don't mind at all. They shouldn't be wasting too much time, though, getting into the fray. Looks like they're taking those last few warm-up darts here. This is to get into the finals of the pro bracket here. Yeah, it looks like they're going to take a few extra minutes here. So as soon as they're ready, we'll go ahead and kick our mics back on. Don't go far, folks. Third place match. Billy and Bubba taking on Mike and Sydney. Be back in just a moment. It's time for the third place match here in our Pro Doubles on 1 bracket. I appreciate you guys' patience as I'm looking forward to this one. Practice makes perfect, and this should be a perfect matchup. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer to see who makes it to play Seth and Steve in the finals. And it should be interesting because this match was by far the most interesting matchup earlier today.
Yeah, this one had a lot of back and forth. And then we saw from the overhead, Brian seemed to still be playing well. Put in a 10 darter in the last leg there. I was told that he missed the 6th on a perfect 9. So he went 160, trip, and then missed the 6th dart.
Philly got pretty far in too, missing on the 7th dart.
Yeah.
Of course, the tail of the tape for this one, the one big note on it all was Sid and Philly. Back and forth clutch shots at the end because they were both on track to freeze their partners and didn't want to be the guy to take the blame. And it came down to a couple of missed doubles and a couple of big shots to transfer the freeze back and forth.
Brian just witnessed his West Virginia ladies take the women's doubles.
Ladies.
So that they may spur him on as well. Give him a little extra.
And he wasn't just watching, like, he was invested in that matchup.
Yeah, he was legit, like, fanboying out, which is awesome to see. And I think he's the reason that we held this match, honestly, because I think he was interested in watching and didn't want to be distracted while trying to play.
I don't blame him. I do blame the 30 warm-up darts after. But I don't blame him for wanting to watch. And, yeah, no, I always love it. I'll say time and time again, I love it when the pros go and support the ladies. I love it when the ladies or the pros support the AMs. I love watching different players, like, go and from playing on the main stage to being in the cheering section.
Well, honestly, all weekend, it seems like anytime we've had a West Virginia player on our feed, there has been at least a couple West Virginia folks behind watching and cheering them on. I think they've got a tight little camaraderie amongst their group.
Bubba Bigham going to just try to get this one in line with Porterfield. Billy did not get in. Moving over on that Aki, getting that foot in position. Good collect on the last, not enough to help change the case here against the darts. Especially, again, with Philly not in and Brian being behind Porterfield. Really does get in, though. Like Porterfield looking for 100. Leave the 161. Anything else is extra credit on the assignment at this point in the leg. Extra credit earned. And the 137. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I do like Brian's throw. He just kind of brings it right back to the eye. Falls right on through. He does start way out. He brings it there all the way out in front of him and then pulls it up in a singular motion, but it's a nice and smooth motion at that.
Yeah, the only thing, and there's not like hardly anything that you can point to, is in grip is very unique, but if you watch him, he kind of like pinches the dart between like the two fingers and the thumb. I don't think that I could be consistent that way, but to each their own. I mean, he certainly does it very well.
Yeah, I would say the grip is the funniest thing out of like all the different dart throws. It's the most open to interpretation, in my opinion.
I would agree. It's like with most things, I can't tell you the right way, but I can tell you if you do something wrong. Grip is one of those things where I can't necessarily do that.
Yeah, I was always one to like roll it into my thumb a little bit and then just have the 3-finger, and I would always put my middle finger a little bit too far forward and pull my dart tip in a little bit there. It was a weird idiosyncrasy. Everyone has their own grip style for sure. I was explaining because we were talking about working with brand new dart players, and like explaining stuff to them when talking about the Touch Tunes staff that came out here to witness a darts tournament for the first time. And I said, "There's no correct way to throw a dart." I said, but most of every good dart thrower has one of the big three, which is either stance, follow through, or elbow or arm position. Like these are the things where if you're in one of those big three categories, you don't have to have all three to be a successful dart player. And there is successful dart players that have none of the three. On average, you have at least one. Good stance that with no kick, or a good arm position, or a good consistent follow through. Always your target lines. Really done a good job of getting back into the mix here, despite the slow start, but should be too little too late in this given leg. Mike Porterfield, 3 clear at 32, 2001. Here we go in leg number 2 here. Billy and Bubba to get things started.
This is 2 out of 3 with it being in the loser side. Last time we got to see all 5 games from these guys.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Porky, they're in game 2. Come on down. It is a little bit of a blink and you miss it. And look at that. Philly again struggling on the end. I just wish it was a little bit more willing to move on the doubles. Even had the great Kerry Thax in the chat earlier saying that after watching back Ohio, he felt like, yeah, there's sometimes you got to move around. That guy knows darts. Related to head of the household Thaxton, Taylor Thaxton.
Well, the good news for both teams is
This is chalk.
yeah, they each have one that didn't get in.
It's an 8-point separation in this matchup after 12 darts. Oh, Bubba's struggling to find that trip. This is the thing about Porterfield. It's usually never back-to-back lax turns.
Christy asking why those darts didn't count. So the format for the pro doubles is double in, double out. So they have to first hit one of the double segments before they can start scoring.
Porterfield collects a 100 there. Starting to do a little bit of a push-off between him and Bigham.
And only 60 for Philly on the in.
I'm thinking I can hit at least 60.
Yeah, as long as I get in, we're still fine.
Well, that's 6 darts miss at the end. He's letting the 4th dart know what's going to happen to it if it doesn't go in.
Brian trails Mike by 67. Look to put in at least 2 triples here.
He's still dropping those darts. He's been going low on that 20 for majority of this.
Yeah, and you've got Sid on the ropes there, not getting in after 6 darts, and you're not really punishing.
I'm punishing at all.
Yeah. I mean, he could potentially throw 2 decent darts this time and be ahead of Brian.
And Porterfield, playing Porterfield darts. He had a little bit of a slow in, then 100, 140, ramping it back up.
Yeah, sprinting to the finish line once he gets in. Just a little slow out of the gates.
Up to Philly to try to course correct this team, and he's catching the wrong side of the wire. Does catch the right side on the last. 130-point separation between him and Porterfield. Sid, big deep breath here. Just get in.
I think at this point I'd throw the double 11.
Does take advantage of the marker, but I agree with you there. And all of a sudden he is chalk with Bubba with only 2 scoring darts.
Yeah, and I mean, we haven't seen very many 4 legs out of Brian, but based on the fact that he had Sid on the ropes, to not be way out in front here is a bit of a blunder.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if Brian and Philly both hit 180s here, Sid is still pretty decent position to make sure Mike will get a shot for this 2-2-1 in 6 darts.
Brian gets an extra 3 darts on Sid, though, before Mike throws again. So
That is true.
if Brian can put in a big shot here, Philly follow with a decent shot, and then Brian have another good shot, the freeze could come into play. But it's not looking like a possibility now.
That first dart from Brian just keeps going low, low, and right. And it was an overcorrection on the second.
So Mike will look to set something up so he can finish in 6. 121, not a give me.
Now Sid just looking for another solid scoring visit here. Good marker on that wire. Takes advantage of it too. Surprised he moved on that last start. Seemed like there was still room to work with that 20. Brian needs to course correct himself here. He has been so solid on the stream today, but it just seems like a cold breeze has come over his dart wave right now. The worst possible timing. Even with the course correction on these last 2 darts, which he does do, doesn't change the course of this match currently, which is Mike Porterfield sitting at 1-2-1 to get to the finals and get a redemption match against Seth and Steve. Finds the bull. Finds a trip 13. 32 goes for Mike Porterfield, a 1-2-1 in a style there for MP. And yeah, you got to say, Mike Porterfield did his job there. Sid didn't get punished. And that's going to be the running story for this final, is going to be, can Seth and Steve continue to keep that heat on? And will Sid Vaughn be able to get settled into place here and get the darts flowing the way he needs them to? We'll find out in just a moment's time. That finals match is already called up. Should only be a few minutes. We're going to let them know that there's a limit on how many warm-up darts there are today, and we'll get right back to it. My name is Nick Show, joined by DJ Sayer. Be back in just a moment. It's finals time here for our 39th annual World Tour Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania stop. My name is Nick Shred, joined by DJ Sayer to see Seth and Steve try to hold the seat against Mike and Sid. Should be a good one here. Looking forward to this one?
Yeah. I certainly think we got the right two teams. Well, Mike doesn't get in on the first turn. So it doesn't matter how many warm-up darts you take, you can still miss.
That's because I commented about how many warm-up starts he takes. Now he's hyper-conscious of it. It was actually Porterfield and Bubba were having a really pleasant exchange, and Porterfield gave Bubba some flights, and they were having a nice little talk and everything. So it seems like there was a lot of respect that they probably already had, but definitely built up even more between the two. Sid having no trouble getting in. Does find on the second. Steve Hilger just going to continue to try to support the Shiesty boy. And does do so. Oh no. Porterfield. 0 for 6. First time we've seen him do this. On the stream, at least.
He took 5 in a game earlier, but yeah. We haven't seen very many misses, because in that game where he missed 5, he still won the leg in 15.
Well, and we talked about it, right? We talked about how Seth and Steve have been a great complementing pair. Definitely not doing any harm to each other. It's been just about playing against their opponents. Vice versa. We said, oh, well, Sid's the X Factor. He's had moments where he's frozen and it's been detrimental. He's had moments where he's unfrozen at the last second and it's been clutch. Well, I'm Porterfield getting a cold spell at the wrong time. And Sid's doing just fine. Nothing crazy, but doing just fine.
Yeah, I don't think they can afford to have Mike struggle is the problem, because I don't think Sid's playing well enough to win the legs consistently. I think he's playing well enough in spots to at least be competitive, but he needs Porterfield to be running down the board and winning legs.
Porky giving a little bit of celebration on the 22.
It takes 8 to get there, but he does come in with a double and a triple.
And doing a good job here, though, from Seth. Just consistent scoring, solid play. I mean, if you're looking for a solid baseline average, you're looking for around a 33 in a split bowl format. Averaging 100 points a turn is the goal. That's a good question. Jack's asking if Porky's face is going to be my new profile picture. The last two stops here on the BullShooter tour, I've taken something that's happened on the stream and made it my profile picture. How can I demote Kaja Prisbole? Messing with me and Gordon during our opener. The Tony Zika's fish, though. That one could happen. Well, this isn't technically out of reach. You do need a little bit of perfection here for Porterfield.
Yeah, solid ton. Probably not enough to really make a difference. If Seth can put in a good shot here, he'll be the first to a finish. Only 81.
Good last start from Sid. Smart decision. Utilizing the bull there. Does hit a double. Even the 1-2-5 on the return.
Yeah, so it's coming down to Steve and Mike, essentially. Ooh. 3 triples, but only 84 scored. So now Mike with a big shot can not necessarily make it so that Seth can't take it out, but force Seth to have to take it out. Instead, now Seth can freeze.
Yeah, this first leg is definitely all right. Seth and Steve are feeling just fine. They're going to be chilling here for the most part, and the big mentality should be, okay, well, at least it's loser start, so we'll get a reset here. That's kind of where your mind's starting to drift at this point in this leg.
Needs the triple to freeze.
Oh,
Snatches it low. So Sid could take out the 125.
you could. This would be a leg-saving dart. How are you going to approach this one? I was going the bull route. No way to take it from there, though, as he sails it to the left.
You can just see the struggles of Sid.
There's like a missing dart on the floor there. Yeah, the struggles are definitely visible, especially because like he knew, okay, if I'm out in front, I could potentially do a saver shot here, but doesn't and won't be savoring that shot mentally. Porterfield, I mean, has probably a single leg worst performance we've seen on the stream at a 17 right now. Needs to try to right the ship. Does do a great job there of getting back into range one way or another, but that's the final at 101.
Not a terrible miss. Gets a look at double 20.
And now Sid gets his redemption shot here, though. Just talk to my partner real quick. Mike's like, well, I don't really do the math. I normally phone a friend, but if it was me, I'd probably just hit a bunch of triples and see what happens. Lasser just got away from him again.
Yeah, and didn't even hit a fat 20, which would guarantee to not freeze. I mean, Steve's going to look to take this out, but the option is still there if he gets into a spot where he can't take it out. Or here, triple 18 leaves double 12. If he goes inside on the double 12, he still freezes. Exactly. That was a smart, aggressive play.
Well, you've been calling for that a few times, rightfully so. Freeze is important, but having a chance to freeze while also going for an out is even better.
Well, and it comes down to what's more likely, Steve to hit with 1 dart or Seth to hit with 3? It's Seth to hit 3. You have to, I don't mind you taking the shot, but you have to ensure that Seth gets the 3 in those spots.
Yeah, I love it. So Stefano gets the first leg on the board. Seth and Steve out and running here 1-0 for your seat holders. Mike and Sid just looking for a little bit of a redemption leg here. Sid having frustrations at the tail end and Mike having frustrations at the very beginning. What can MP do? Took 6 starts to get in last time. Good marker. It only takes 2 to get in this time. Solid in from Sid. Getting a good trip there, plus a double. Out in front, though. Doesn't Zebra say, we'll win every league against the darts. We don't care. We'll go for it right now. You're not going to get a 17 for a majority of the league from Porterfield like you did in the last go. Rarely has back-to-back bad turns, let alone back-to-back bad games. Although just 100 means that Stefano can take the darts away, continue to push the envelope. That's the third dart on top of the first. Beautiful 140.
Yeah, in control of this leg so far. Good response there from Sid. Ooh. Oh, I was getting ready to say, we've talked about Porky being so consistent, playing that second fiddle role on his team. There. Steps up and hits the triple with the last. Mike just looks to be struggling here.
Yeah.
The worst darts we've seen from him all weekend. And I imagine it's probably something to do with fatigue. I mean, he's played a lot of darts this week.
I would have to agree with you there. I was just talking about sometimes I even see him have back-to-back bad turns, let alone back-to-back bad games. But kind of
We don't see
here.
Mike throw back-to-back bad darts.
Exactly.
I mean, if we're honest, like rarely do we see him throw less than at least a 5 mark.
Let's be honest. Friday we only saw 2 5 marks out of him. It was a 6 mark or more, it felt like. But yeah, just catching a cold spell, getting Sid out in front, doing a good job. But this is the exact spot where Sid stopped collecting. He was on 1-2-5 and couldn't get it going. Again, another one of those shots where it's a bull first shot.
Great shot there from Porky. Leaves a finish.
A good challenging shot.
Forces Mike to have to find some triples here.
Yeah, 140. To leave the 160 was desired. Now it's getting sketchier again. But at least his shoe game is on point.
Unlucky flight out there on the third. So Sid gonna look at 135. Starts with the bull.
Last time he had a bull first shot, the 125 he sailed left. Needs to make sure to drill that bull. Does do a good job of that.
You go 57 or 45. He goes 45 for tops.
How about that one?
135 ties us up at 1 leg apiece.
And that's the type of shots that make the difference in matches like this. And Sid giving the bailout, hitting a 12 there when Porterfield was struggling. That's the type of stuff where when your partner's doing that in the B position, it fires you up if you're the A player.
Yeah, I mean, the first leg that Mike has really needed Sid to come through in this final, and he did. Looks like he set it up with he and Mike going first instead of second.
How many pro doubles finalists does it take to set up a dartboard?
Yeah, I think they were thinking, oh, you just go, but then it means Mike goes last, unless Mike's going to throw on Sid. That's the only way this works, is if Mike throws for Sid this leg. Which is the easy fix, just don't care about your stats.
Yeah, I mean, in an open competition that isn't flighted, it's not the end of the world.
No,
so that's what they're going to do for this one.
You don't stop the rhythm of the match. I like this. This is how I would have suggested us handling it as well. That way, Mike is still the second player going in the match.
I do like Porterfield was quick to bail out on that 20. That's been kind of struggling for him a little bit.
Yeah, you're not wrong. He's definitely trying to find the double in this one.
Porky hanging out with the neighbors there. Gonna be fine though with the 81. Giving up with Seth. And now Sid Porterfield up to the line. I always knew they were related. Stefano just not happy with that one. 15 points on the turn.
Yeah, miserable shot there from Seth. Needed a lot more.
And Porterfield's starting to get fired up at himself here. Again, far from the margins, but Sid being Sid says, hey, you're all right. Sid's a guy that you'll see him be really hard on himself, show a lot of emotion in his own darts, but I've never seen him once take it out on his partner or get anywhere near taking it out on his partner.
Yeah, everyone trying to find it here in this leg. Sid's actually the highlight in this match. We talked about him being kind of the question mark, but so far, I would argue Sid playing better than anyone.
Well, that's why he stole Mike Porterfield's name. Good correction on the second there from Stefano. Falls immediately. He's like, come on. I know how to do this. Finds the 135. That is the you know you're good sign when you're just like, come on. That felt just right. Why am I not doing this every single time?
I will tell myself that darts is an easy game. Like when I'm throwing bad or whatever, it's such an easy game. Like, and it truly is. I mean, all you're doing is just throwing an object. Like there's nothing to it. Calm down and just throw your darts. Our brains are the only things that make darts difficult.
That's a fair assessment. And only a 45. This is an opening now for Stefano to attack. Doesn't get to a finish, just 83 on the score. Steve Hilgerby, the second one to finish, as Porterfield does get 156. That'll work. Good board management there from Porky. 133 to lead the 110. Very wise decision there.
Here comes Sid. Responding with 3 triples for a total of 132.
Yeah, but that last dart there was trying to make sure he left it clean, but pulled it down to the trip 4. Leave a bogey.
Seth with a triple can freeze. Not gonna find it. So Mike needs to take out 156 here. Only one way to take this out. Has to be 2 triple 20s and a double 18.
This is a monumental shot for the dichotomy of this matchup here. Does hit the cover on the last, but knows that now this is danger zone. Seth and Steve will have a chance to be on match point in this final. 110 for the Porkmeister. Might just stay. Yeah, he did stay, but caught the wrong side of the dart. And just pushes it on down. We sit on a bogey. It's all about trying to get set up. You couldn't freeze Stefano regardless, but now you're worried about freezing Porterfield in case it doesn't go.
Double 16. There it is. A 2-0 lead for Seth and Steve on the brink of winning the title and booking their place in the ESPN Invitational in August.
The look Seth Stefano had on his face of like that was in, right? So when that last start at the board was so funny to me. He gave it a little bit of a glare there, but willed it into existence.
Yeah, you take it regardless.
Oh, for sure. Well, doesn't get on the first, does find on the second, but Porterfield did start to correct course there, 120 on the end. The typical range we've been seeing him around is that 100, 120 in. And Porky, who's been doing a good job at the supporting role. I don't believe has frozen Seth once on stream yet. I'm not mistaken here. Keeps things parity on the bottom side. Porterfield out in front on the top side.
More like it there from Mike.
Can he get through those darts? He does cut one in between over to the right-hand side of the bed. Hard spot to place, easy to deflect. Something, Trifin flights left more room. What I've been hearing lately with those Condor 120s or 180s, whichever one they are. Borky doesn't find a big trip here, so this should be a good opportunity for Mike to get to a finish first, really pressure this into a potential 2-2.
Yeah, Mike's starting to heat back up. You're rooting for Seth and Steve. It's not what you want to see.
Oh, he really wanted it. He thought it was going to go too. It was a well-thrown dart. See a little bit of the frustration on the face. Porterfield doing a good job of keeping in front of everybody in this one. Or are you just going to make it for some lost ground? I was going to be a little bit more again, keeping chalk on the bottom of the board though. So as the B player, technically doing your job, but Stefano just not having the same explosiveness. He's not throwing bad at a 31, but Mike's just throwing good at a 43.
Yeah, 12 dart leg there from Mike. We are going to play leg number 5. It's like Porky may show.
I like it. Always a fan of having the player not starting diddle if it's a pretty chalk team. And so far, the way things are playing, it's fairly close. Stefano probably having a little bit of the higher scoring power we've seen between the two. And the diddle pays off. Stefano and Hilger. Can they beat Vaughn and Porterfield here? It's time to find out, folks. Let us know who you're cheering for, who you think is going to get to that big win here. Will we be getting another set of darts, or will it come down to this leg right here? Shiesty boy, Seth Stefano to get us started.
Solid open there. Switching down to the triple 19 on the last.
Porterfield does get in on the last dart. Starting to get some PTSD from his earlier struggles. Porky loves that double 17 in. Trip 20 would left 350, which would have left 180 for 170.
Yeah, it's a calculated throw, right? Like, he is playing for the 9. You don't see many people start on the double 17, but he's doing it with purpose.
And doing it pretty consistently. And he's very rarely missed the double 17. And when he has, it's been into the double 3, which is fine for just trying to get in. Seth really wanted more on the turn. Kind of lets Porterfield back into at least get things evened up on the top side. Works in on the first start. Still a separation there. This is tough. This is definitely a lot scrappier of an affair compared to the top 4 matchup versions of these teams we were seeing.
Seth with a straight ton. Leading the way right now. Mike way back at 378. Going to need a big shot here.
Yeah, just showing some signs of inconsistency, something that was never uttered out of our mouths on Friday night talking about Mike, or even Saturday for that matter. It's easy, like you said, to get low on gas when you have a long weekend of successful results. Those last ones are some of the hardest. Steve and Seth know that they are one leg away from a spot in the Invitational Shootout.
Great recovery there from Steve. See his frustration after the triple 1, but follows it with a couple of triple 20s.
Big moment for Sid. He can somehow leave a finish. Does do so, and that's a hard to place dart in that bottom right corner. I did not think there was any room on that side of the treble, but gets themselves out of trouble. A good last start there from Porterfield. 1-4-3. Hilger.
Yeah, no finish from 165.
Yeah, we can just try to get real low here just in case.
Not real low, but low enough that if Sid doesn't take out the 140, Seth gets a shot at 141. But Sid gets a look. Not sure what they were discussing there. Really a pretty straightforward shot. A couple of triple 20s and a double 10. Otherwise, you're just staying there, scoring as much as you can.
Yeah, really frustrated with how much the dart sunk on him, too. The thing, Sid has had these really clutch moments and shots. He can still clutch up and at least save this shot, even if he doesn't take the game here.
Good recovery. That first start single one. Follows it with two big triples. Seth looking at 141. And he's only going to score 61. Now possibility of a freeze from Mike, even if he doesn't take out the 143. Only needs to get below 58.
Very doable here and detrimental for Seth and Steve, who felt like they were in good control.
Needs both triples now.
Oh, no, doesn't get it. I can't believe that. That's normally a shot Porterfield would hit 8 times out of 10 to set up. Porky knows they got away with it. He has to take this here.
Does Steve go at the 20? He does. Double 10. Now, a fat freezes. It's exactly 100. Mike Porterfield's on 100. This is another situation where you have to play it very aggressive, but he does get the double.
And your winners.
Oh, yeah, that's late. That's the third win.
For
Sorry.
the
Yeah.
pro doubles matchup here. Seth,
I was thinking that sends us into a decider.
Seth and Steve do get the job done and get their tickets into invitational shootouts. And, of course, on the other hand there, Porterfield and Vaughn running a little bit short, but, man, they did a good run at it. You got to give them credit where credit's due. Porterfield, you can't win them all, and they gave a good run.
So Seth and Porky book their place in the ESPN Invitational. Cheers to them. Look forward to seeing them mix it up in Rock Hill, South Carolina come August. And our Open looks like it is playing some, 7th, 8th? Some 5th,
Yeah, we got a
6th?
5th, 6th playing and a 7th, 8th. So we're going to get the next 5th, 6th, 4th, 3rd, and final. So that's going to be our ride out for the rest there. Coming up in just a moment's time, that is going to be the team of That's BullShooter going up against either Twin Dads or, heck, I don't care, as your matchups there coming up. So just give us a moment's time. We'll be a few minutes before that match is ready, as there's no other eligible matches for us to put on that stream. In the meantime, we will put on some music here, take a look at the hall, and be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage here of the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania Regional for the 39th Annual BullShooter Regional and World Tour. This is going to be a look at our amateurs brackets as they are now in the 4th place position. So we're going to be seeing that 4th, 3rd place, and finals on our stream. Looking forward to taking a good look at some new promising talents, and especially to try to get on the pro list. You got to win this match. I'm Nick Shea, joined by DJ Sayer in the booth.
Yeah, I think the twin dads were our winners in yesterday's doubles, right? So they are already on the pro list. This is our first look at Russ and Anderson.
Where's Mark saying, yeah, you're right. I already did get that pro card. I'm going to show it by starting off with a hat trick. Interesting to see how this plays out. Winner of this will play Team AJ. And then in that finals, Team Hillbillies. Sent over there nice and pretty. You can see Russ start off with a load sign, trying to follow that. Doesn't get there. After that first start hitting a double bolt to not collect on the other 2 darts. It always feels so frustrating, especially in a fat bowl format where you're like, come on, I was dead on, and now I can't get any more. What the heck's going on with this?
Mark follows with a hat trick. Staying perfect.
JD showing some frustrations there, but out in front of Anderson, so Mark's still going to be in just fine position. Russ here going to look to leave a finish of his own. Can't use a bull on the last. Stayed there. 166 is no good, even in, open out. Got to make sure to leave a finish just in case. In this case, it didn't even go, so no harm, no foul at the end of the day. Mark going to continue on for the potential 10 darter. I said it out loud. I'm feeling frustrated with only 50, but a 10 darter is the same as a 12. The 10's just for, well, confidence.
Anderson giving up on that bull with the first 2. Goes back at it with the 3rd, but coming away with only 57 points.
Anything JD does here just continues to add that pressure to Anderson. But Russ can try to set up a better finish than the 151 just in case, and hope for a chance to not be frozen on the return. It is just race to 2 in this format.
Odd hat trick there from Russ, leaving 54. Almost certain he's not going to get the throw at it, though, as he'll probably be froze.
Talking with the partner here, but you shouldn't need to change up your strategy. 2 bulls and a trip 17 is perfectly fine way to approach this. No reason to like stay on the hat for 1, for example. Now just going to try to leave 36. He'll take it. 2 bulls around, gets the money. Oh, sunk that dart well low. Good recovery in the last for the 1-2-2. 54 can't go as you predicted. So bull to leave 4 should be the shot. Double 20 for the fans. Double 19. One of those. Kind of lost focus on the last there.
36 for Mark to take a 1-0 advantage. Another one of those will do. He barely sneaks it in there.
Yeah, he even felt it a little bit. He's like, oh, all right. Twin dads get a leg on the board here against the darts, and just Russ and Anderson gonna have to make it just stand here. Mixed doubles is rocking and rolling, by the way, folks. We got a lot of different teams in there, a lot of different actions going on, and those matches are definitely going through quick. There's some fun stuff going on. Looking forward to seeing every bit of it. Mark, no hat trick on the start. Does take 2 bulls to punish the fact that only 31 points for Russ. Base Lizards having trouble getting the rhythm going in their favor here, it seems.
JD only got to find one. But Russ, after only scoring 31 on his first turn, going to look to make amends.
It does start the amending process, but doesn't finish mending the bend. He's a little bit more than that. Just knowing that Mark's been pretty consistent in finding at least 2 bulls. The throw's already been taken away from you in a match point scenario. It does get let off. And that was your opportunity, with especially with that low 10 that Russ hit before. Anderson hit on the first. Let's continue to go on.
JD going to follow with a low ton. So Mark and JD, very marginal leads in this leg so far.
You can see Russ is showing the frustrations more and more there. Blocked it on that last start, but just wanted more. You don't blame him.
Mark leaves finish. First 2 and out. Anderson really needs to follow. Only going to score 15 points, so it's looking like the twin dads are primed to take this one 2-0.
Yeah, looking likely.
Yeah, barring something crazy here.
JD not happy with that turn after a first start double bull, but no immediate danger. Russ needs to leave a finish here. That's step 1 to the let's get back into this match.
Should.
Does.
It does.
1-3-4 is the leave, easier than 1-5-8. 1-5-8 needing a bull and 2 trips. Mark has probably been the most consistent on the board, though. Sinks the first one well and basically says, don't worry about the overthinking aspect of it. Thinking, okay, what if I play for the hat to force Anderson to hit perfect was probably the conversation there. You have to hit at least 2. Only hits 1. Anderson can collect here. Just get it together for one good shot. Make sure Russ doesn't get frozen. That's all you're thinking about right now. And you can't put too much weight on your own shoulders, but this is the moment to rise to the occasion.
Only 53. 80. Look to freeze. Needs at least 10 points. He gets it done.
Yeah, saver shot technically was the 11-14, but drills the bull, leaves a finish. That's a great shot from JD. Russ can't even take the 1-3-4. Brings it on down. 87 now for Mark for a 2-0 win for Twin Dads. So 34 it is. And it goes. Twin Dads move on to the third place match against AJ, which should be an interesting matchup there. And unfortunately, Space Lizards just couldn't get the rhythm going there, DJ.
No, tough matchup. Mark played well. JD filling in the gaps there. So we'll get our first look at AJ coming up to take on the Twin Dads. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the third place matchup here in our amateur men's doubles bracket for our Sunday coverage. We're getting down to our second to last match of coverage here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's sad that's coming to an end, but we've been having fun every step of the way. My name is Nick Jarrett, joined by DJ Sayer in the booth. How you doing, DJ?
Tired.
You feeling it?
Yep. The weekend is coming to an end.
Weekend is coming to an end, and now it's the question of who's making the last streamed final to play the team of Hillbillies. Is it going to be Twin Dads making another run at it, or is it going to be AJ, which will be Jamie G's second amateur final, right?
Sounds right.
Did see him yesterday on the stream as well. Jamie G becoming a frequent flyer this weekend. Finds a little time to get things started, keeping things chalk with Mark.
Not the first time we're seeing Andy either. He fires in a hat trick.
Good shot there from Andy, indeed. Though consistent scoring from Mark, we stick 2 around, get some money. Well, that's so far the case. You're going first, even with Andy on the 10. What I really want to see here, just because you kind of assume Mark's going to hit another low 10 round, I want to see a swing at the 180 for Andy. I want to thread the 9 in the open format. That's all dependent too on JD. If he does have a lax turn here, he can get away with just going for a freeze base play. Yeah, I think you take the first start at the trip 20 here. Opted to go for the bull first. Old scoring visit, but not enough to get the first starts out of look. Mark instead has that opportunity now in his hands, if he so chooses.
Mark finding a hat trick. Setting up 125.
JD staying steady on those bulls. Good time for a hat trick. And with both Mark and JD on finishes, Andy needs the pressure by setting himself up kindly, get himself to at least a nice 3-dart finish. Preferably would have wanted to leave the 100, but let's settle for a 140.
Double 15. Great out there from Mark. Taking leg number 1. When he and JD 1 leg away from making the final.
Twin Dads is definitely looking like a tough duo. No real notes there from Mark. Like I said, the only thing that would have potentially made a difference there, and only if it went in, was if Andy after the hat trick went for the 180. That was the only option. 12 darts wasn't enough going second. Jamie does still collect 2 bulls on his open here.
He's struggling to find one, but does get it with the third. Jamie in the prime spot right now, going first. Only 4 points off the lead. And he puts in a hat trick. Great shot.
Yeah, Jamie G getting what Jamie needs. Mark now going to continue to try to find those 2 bulls around, keep himself in line. Not a bad marker to work his way in. Does do a good job of doing so. Last one sails high, so now Jamie's on a little bit of a breakaway, 67-point difference. Andy and JD being at the same ballpark here of score means that it can get a little interesting if we have a big miss or a big hit. That was just a solid round from Andy. Can't get mad about that.
Jamie's staying hot. Not want to lose.
Yeah, I mean, no one really does. So, no, I get what you're saying, though. Consistent scoring from Jamie, which is funny because when we saw him play in the Friday night amateur match, we talked about a really good game of cricket and some very lackluster 0-1. And I was like, it almost looked like his stroke was different on the bulls from the way it was leaving his hand to the triples in cricket. Not really the case here. He seems like he's pretty comfortable and makes sense considering how deep into this full bracket he is with his partner Andy, who's also been doing a great job as well.
Double 17 for double 18. Back up. Good setup.
You expect Jamie to take the 20 on the next go. Expect the freeze to be in play anyways, but if you're Mark, you can't be thinking about that. You have to think, just get low myself just in case. You're relying on Andy to have a weak turn and JD to have a strong one. This is pretty much poised to go 1-1. This third place matchup here. A 180 wouldn't unfreeze. So now JD has to think, okay, leave myself a finish. And hope it comes back around. Not going to be able to do that. Jamie gets the approach for a big old single 20.
Good shot there by Jamie. Tying us up at 1 apiece. Looks like Mark will show cork first. After he coughs all over the place, like covering his mouth.
Well, does find a bull there.
Like the meme with like, how am I child coughs or whatever.
Yeah, right.
Oh, what a dart.
Good
Jamie.
shot there from Jamie. It's hard. That other bowl from Mark was placed over top. Dad was able to sneak underneath to find the double. Twin dads who were really struggling that first leg, struggled in the second. Well, momentum's now in Team AJ's favor. Jamie setting the tone here early. It's important to try to find those two bowls, continue that consistency, and no! Starting to evade him. Does get there on the last.
Mark with a hat trick.
And a point to his partner over there, too. I love giving a little bit of stuff on it. He said, I got you, big guy. Here we go, JD. And he said, point this. Going right back at it. Finds a hat trick. No pointing or fanfare needed.
He looks at Mark and says, act like you've been there before.
I love a little bit of sauce.
Oh,
with it.
I do too.
Oh, I thought we were going to get 3 for 3 for a second. Instead, another one bowl round. So, Mark versus Andy and Jamie versus JD, it seems. Question does rear its head, though. Andy opened up with a head. Jamie sitting with 2 bowls and a decent fallout to set up. Should Mark consider one dart upstairs? See if you can potentially leave the 171.
Everyone heating up.
Doesn't collect on the first bowl or the second.
By the way, if you go for it, you start on the 19. If you're playing for the 9, you start with a 19.
Why?
Because a single leads you to a 132. If you like it breaks down better.
Yeah.
You can still incorporate the bull.
All right. Fair enough.
I like the 171 to then leave 180, but if you hit the single 19, you go back at the bull. I guess it's 92, right?
Yeah.
92.
No, I get what you're saying
82.
there.
82.
I get what you're
It'll
saying.
be 82 after 9 is what
Yep.
it would be, yeah. Instead of 81, where you still have to hit a triple.
Back to back.
Looking like AJ gonna take this. Our doubles champs may not sweep the doubles this weekend.
Looking less and less likely, despite that first leg being so strong. And says that one.
Yeah, Melanie gets it.
Well, there you go. Thank you, Mr. Backwards Hat Man. Here's a Shanghai for Andy on the return. No outshot from Mark. No ability for JD to set up one. There's a lot of things that need to go wrong for AJ and right for Twin Dads to somehow get out of this situation. Smart gets the 3 out of the way, can set it up. Obviously not intended, but we'll leave 20. Jamie's not going to be mad about that one at all. Mark needs to leave a finish just in case. Does do so at the 1-4-2. Shanghai opportunity for Andy, though. More likely going the bull single 20 route. Only gets to 62. JD now needs to leave a finish. Hope Jamie misses. Hope Mark gets all the way down. And then hope Andy misses. There's that many if, ands, and or buts. You're all but in trouble.
$20 to do for Jamie G. There it is. Dead nuts. So twin dads have to settle for third place as AJ moves into our final to take on the Hillbillies. We will have that very quickly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
One more time on the one time for Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for our 39th annual BullShooter World Tour. It is the final of the men's doubles amateur bracket. Team Hillbillies, our first look at them today, taking on Team AJ in what should be an interesting affair and our second time seeing Jamie in an amateur final. I'm Nick Trier, joined by DJ Sayer. Looking forward to calling this one.
Yeah, our first look at the Hillbillies. They do have the king seat. So obviously playing well today. But Jamie and Andy definitely put it together in that last leg there in the third place match.
Well, and this is a rematch of the Hill, right? 2-0 of Hillbillies over AJ. So that will be interesting to see how that comes into play here. That same level of control will show its head, or if we're going the distance, or vice versa, AJ just comes out swinging.
Yeah, it's going to show right away why they're in the king seat.
Already giving some stuff with it, too. It's easy because that seat match was played quite some time ago relative to when this is actually happening. To just go in after sitting for a long time and nail a hat trick has to feel good because you start to think, man, what am I going to be able to play the same? It's different if it's like an hour or less. This is one of the only times where the bracket's definitely dragged for the team that won the seat.
Jamie only able to find one each time. And because Dan didn't hit a bull, Gads may need to run away with this one and win it quickly.
Gads is looking sharp. Even gets rid of the one. Good stuff there from Gads, though. It is one hole outside the bowl. Very tight performance so far, and you're absolutely right. You're thinking, all right, partner's struggling. Let me just keep running away and see what happens. The note of the last match was the fact that Andy was also just really dang consistent, though. He didn't really drag too much. Was normally finding two bulls around, although it's lacking just a little bit there. Dipping to a 32.
Better from Dan. Bulls kind of close to the pack. Still trailing.
Yeah, solid scoring run from Jamie, just falling a little shy of where he wanted to. Gads. He's finding two bulls around. We'll be at a finish here. Oh, no. That's where it starts to slip away. He goes three bulls, then two bulls, then one bull. Don't want to recede in a moment like this.
And a bit inconsistent. If Jamie can put in a big shot, he'll get the first shot on an out. He did play to leave a finish. Triple 20 would have left 162, whereas a bull leaves 172. 172 not an out.
Gads trying to find that earlier momentum again. Does get the two bulls, gives him a self a nod of approval, saying, yep, that's all right. We'll take those. But Andy with a big shot here can put a lot of pressure on Dan. Solid scoring visit. Hat trick is really the minimum here to force Jamie to have to hit. Jamie, make sure Gads does not get a look.
Yeah. Another bull will do it.
Yeah, you gotta just drill the bull.
Does it.
So.
So 138 and 87 is 225, which is 2 points less than 227 that Dan has. So Gads is frozen. I love watching people like do the math and the realization come across their face.
It is it is definitely funny at times to see.
Because typically, like when you play locally, the boards will just say frozen. And here they don't do that. So it's a bit harder, and people actually have to do the math. Because if you take it out when you're frozen, you do lose the leg.
And we saw that on the stream finally for the first time this tour. Not too long ago. Can't quite recall if it was, I believe it was Houston where that was. Let's get to the 152 for a checkout opportunity if given such. Team AJ looking not likely to indulge. Single 18. Gets it there. That's a leg on the board for Team AJ. Something that they didn't do in this heat match of this dichotomy here.
Yeah, halfway to the first dip. Jamie not setting the board up.
Yeah.
Somebody must have needed to use the restroom or something.
I'm not exactly sure what's going on.
It looks like it's like everyone realized that don't need to do it right away. No, maybe not.
Maybe just a quick equipment check or something. I'm not exactly sure, but back to the match. I think Jamie might be confused.
I think Andy and Jamie believe that wasn't the first game.
This game 2 at the top, boys. God should have the start unless you were trying to change an order or something.
Yeah, it's right on the board.
Are we asking the audience? All right, they're having a laugh about it now. All right. A little bit of confusion there.
I think Jamie and Andy thought they won the first set.
It has to be the case.
Yeah, I think they thought they needed a cork for a new set.
Here we go. That's an interesting sign there. Let's see how it affects everything, as it did not affect Gads getting 2 bulls on the start. It's always important, and it's easy to get lost in it sometimes about where you're at in a match.
Not
but
two
not
out
in
of
the
three.
best of 3.
Yeah. Like that's just signs that you've been playing all day and all weekend.
Sunday darts at its finest, folks, but gets 2 bulls there for Jamie G.
Dan's the one that needs to pick it up. He struggled pretty heavily in the first leg.
Andy following Jamie's lead and Gad's lead. 3-5, 3-5, 3-5. Dan just a little bit behind the pack.
That's 5 out of 6 on the bull to start the leg once again.
He's been starting off hot and then would just taper off towards the end there. Can't afford to do the same here, especially just for the fact that he just wants to continue to be settled. When the bulls are going, they are very convincing from him for sure.
Much better from Dan.
You see Gad's quick to approach the line here. Keep yourself settled. Keep that momentum going. Has his mind already set on a 1-to-1 scenario here.
Gads leaves 124 after 9.
The one bull turn there from Jamie doesn't put any pressure on Gads and puts some pressure on Dan, who you wanted to see leave a finish. Couldn't after the second dart. Could have went trip 20 for the 177 in this format. But decided to just go ahead and make sure I'm supporting my partner going first. No reason to go for a fanfare finish. Make sure the freeze just doesn't come online for the Hillbillies team. 1, 2, 4 for Gads. 12 dart hole to throw. Not going to happen.
Yeah, Gad's a little bit of finish line-itis here. Both legs. Struggling after the first 6. Dan can freeze with a hat trick.
You definitely want to try your hardest there to get to that line. No reason with Gad sitting at 78 to try to go out of way to set up. Play for that freeze.
Oh, he just misses it with the third.
Yeah, catching the right side of the barrel, swinging down and right.
We've seen a couple hat tricks from Andy. Gets the first 2. We'll be looking at that triple 19.
This place is in an uncomfortable spot, and that's a very unfortunate second dart. You need to refocus. Gads needs to get to less than 15 to freeze the 144, or just take out the 78, of course.
Got to make sure he goes inside if he misses. That's
Fine.
well done. Yep.
That's fine.
So 14 and 82 is 96. It's a freeze by 1 point.
So Jamie, no shot opportunity here. Bull, maybe a trip 14 or double 20.
$42, yeah. Where he looked.
Leaves 11. That's also fine.
Yeah, no, Dan needs to take this out. 82. A bull and 2 16s. 2 darts it. But Dan definitely picked it up from leg 1 to leg 2. And we're now going to get a decider.
Yeah, 1-1 here for our amateur doubles finals. Will Hillbillies win it here and call it a day for us for our live broadcast, or will AJ get the win and we go to another best of 3? Now, boys, at this point, after 2 games, you can diddle.
When I saw Andy still looking at the board, I think until this screen popped up, 1-1, he wasn't willing to accept that that wasn't game 3. Gads does win the cork, and the Hillbillies will have the start once again. Starting all 3 legs in this final.
Here we go. Time to get things underway. Gads has definitely been the highest octane player as far as early performance in legs. Until it's a last leg decider as he fails to get a bull, and now you're just going to have to say, all right, I guess I'm going against the darts. Very frustrating, especially if Jamie punishes. Even just 2 bulls feels like a punish. Solid shot. Good correction on the last start there from Jamie G.
And definitely playing better now.
Yeah, and that's good because right now Gads is finding his first real struggles, it seems. Big potential change up. If Dan continues to do the collects, he'll be just fine. But Andy said, I'm going to make sure to stay steady, make this hard on you. Not happy with that last dart. Was well thrown, just didn't go inside the wire. Jamie has taken the darts away effectively. Dan can be the X factor in this matchup, though. Just 1 bull. He wanted to try to challenge Jamie. Jamie did not receive no challenge. And a beautiful hat trick from Andy. But it's okay. I'll continue to spur along. Keep the AJ team moving forward with him and Jamie complement each other quite well in this last leg decider.
And Gads can't leave a finish. Jamie can't leave a finish here. Even a triple 20 would leave 163, which is not a finish. Hold down to Dan and Andy to see who may or may not get the first shot at the out. It'd be hard for Dan to leave one. Can't now. Does hit a low ton. Puts him within 10 points of Jamie. Andy set up a finish.
Well, now needs to find a bull to do that and doesn't leave a finish.
So still favorite Gads. Going first from 251.
Especially if Gads can collect 2 bulls and decent fallout or a coveted hat trick in this moment would be a game changer. Oh, good look on the last, but 132. That was the good fallout portion of that. 2 bulls and a double 16. Take that all day.
Amy only gonna find one.
This is going down to the wire. It seemed like AJ as a team was on all cylinders going off the rocker towards the end. And needs to do a supporting job here. Find at least 1 bull. That helps the cause. Andy now is going to try to pressure Gads by finding himself at a finish, ideally 34.
After the first, he may go up to try to freeze.
Try to play the freeze, yeah.
He didn't.
You're right. I didn't even see that freeze there.
Yeah, 170 would have froze. But instead, Gads get a look at 132.
Old Bull double 16.
Actually, he only needed 160. He didn't even need 170.
Double 16. Oh, sails it. You wanted it bad, you can tell. You wanted it bad. But it doesn't go, and now 122 is the opportunity. Bull double 11 or 418s for Bull. That's fine. Bull trip 19.
Yeah, it's a good miss. And he drills it. We're going to be playing another set.
One more time on the one time. We will get a reset here, and it will be a new matchup between these gentlemen. Yeah, it just needs to settle himself here. It's just the first set. You didn't lose the match yet. You got to just have a short memory. It was one missed match dart. Oh, it was. Get himself resettled here now.
And Gads tells Dan to cork. Dan puts a good dart on it.
Honestly, considering how much adrenaline he just had right there and everything, and how well his partner did it, it was a good call. Even if it does get bested by Jamie, but doing another great placement on the diddle. I do think that was the right call, though. Hillbillies still found a decent bull shot there. But here we go, AJ and Hillbillies. Let's see how this one finishes out here. Who do you guys have in this one? Let us know in chat for our last match of the day, the final best of 3 of the day. Here it goes. Just got to make sure their team orders are correct. We're going to get that set up real quick.
Yeah, it looks like it's got Dan going first.
And also had Andy going instead of Jamie as well.
Okay.
Both teams want to flip-flop. Some smiles and laughs between Gads and Andy in the background there, off screen. There's some respect between the opponents, but they're ready to get going here. See, confirming the order is correct. It is. So here we go. One more best of 3 for our coverage. We're approaching 7 hours of live time today. We were live for 7 hours and 45 minutes last night, on top of the fact that we spent some time cooking some content and working with our team here and talking with everybody out in the Dart Hall. I always love getting a chance to interact with all the different players, faces, names, and alike. It was wonderful to see all you guys out there. And we only one bull on the open. How do you make this matchup, DJ, for this final set?
Honestly, I think it's too close to call. Both teams pretty evenly matched. It's just going to depend on who hits the shot at the right moment. And that last one could have easily went the other way.
Definitely could have gone either way in the last one with Gads just sailing that 32 high at the end into the 8. He clearly got over it, though, with the hat trick open that he found. Either case, Gads and Dan, welcome additions to the pro list. Jamie and Andy. Jamie already there. I don't know if Andy made it. The memory is so fuzzy after 4 weeks of streaming, 3 of them being BullShooter stops. But in either case, all welcome additions to the pro list. Working his way up on that first dart. Take the second one low. Was able to find 2 bulls on the turn.
Jamie trailing in this leg. Needs to find a big shot here.
And there's solid 2 bull rounds.
Yeah, Gad sets up 123 after 9. Only missed a couple darts in this leg. Andy looking to set up 116. Oh, but he flights into the 10. Still leaves a finish, but it's a tough one.
And Dan's just going to make sure that Gads gets a nice opportunity at this 1, 2, 3. Maybe leave himself a insurance finish here. 2 bulls will not be able to leave him a finish, but I don't think he's minding that at this moment. Sails that last out away. See how frustrated he was as it left his hand.
So 180 will actually freeze by 1 point. See if Jamie knows that.
He's locked down the bull. You always have to do the math when you're on either side of the line, because sometimes even here in the commentary booth, I get a little lazy with it and like, oh no, yeah, they're just going to keep doing this. But if you're playing in that match, anytime you can have an opportunity to freeze the other team or prevent a freeze by hitting a certain shot, you have to always factor that into your selection every time, especially in doubles, right? Because it's doubles play with freeze rule. You have time to be able to analyze the game state to kind of get a good idea going into it.
Yeah, I have a feeling Gads is not going to get to throw at that 19. Andy went for the out, though. Even though he only hit 1 bull, does score 90, so still a decent shot there. And if it were to be right now, Gads would be frozen. So, essentially, Dan's going to have to outscore whatever Jamie does behind him by a good margin.
Yeah, and then quick to switch up to the 20. You can't do that there. I understand that you were trying to get as much points to give Gads an opportunity, but after that first you're thinking, okay, you need to leave yourself a finish because more likely Gads is going to be frozen.
$210 right now. Oh, that's such a good miss. Does he do the math? It's 193. Hitting a bull is fine, but he really just needed to score 7 points there.
The left side, it would have worked.
Yeah, I mean, had he missed high into the 5 or low into the 3 or something, he'd be kicking himself.
Laughing that one off. Single 16. Single 15. Nope. Single whatever you want.
13? Seems to be wanting to leave 2. Yeah.
With Dan not on a finish, AJ looking likely to get match point advantage in the second set. Trip 12 for the fans, but it's always double 18. Double 18 doesn't go.
Well, the good news for Dan and Gads is if Dan hits a hat trick, well, if he hits a 160, 2 bulls and a triple, he'll freeze. That's not going to happen.
more than likely not going to be enough. Jamie should be able to take the 77 here. He's thinking, all right, I've had enough time with this. I'm going to go ahead and send her here. Just can't bust. Get below 35 or less.
Leaving it to chance. But he hits it.
That was the riskiest way possible to do that. But he got there nonetheless.
Back-to-back turns, needed a marginal shot and hit the bull both times with the last dart. So well done there to Jamie to take leg number 1.
Proving that he's not afraid of bulls like we were talking about on Friday.
Sometimes there's something to be said for just not thinking about it. Just walk up there and throw your darts.
He hated how that second dart left his hand. Only gets 1 bull on the turn. Adds at the start of legs. You just can't count anything out about him. Fun fact, the tournament team here is ordering at your restaurant tonight for dinner.
My restaurant?
Yeah, it's called TJ's.
Yeah, nice.
I assumed affiliation. Barbecue. Who doesn't like good barbecue? You know, Pittsburgh's known for its well, it's not its barbecue. That's for sure.
Yeah, other than Primanti Brothers, I have no clue what Pittsburgh food is like known for.
Probably high sodium, if I had to guess. Another good scoring round from Gads, who's been solid at the start of legs. With everyone else failing to get a low ton, 266 feels like miles away.
Here comes Dan. Stepping up when it's needed. Gad's finding a hat trick. Leave a very manageable 116.
Yeah, good stuff from Gads. Just again, a consistent performer. And just, again, controlling that supporting roll territory in this leg.
The 16 to leave the bull, or does he stay on the bull to leave the 16? He does opt for the 16 last. And he hits it to tie us up at 1 leg apiece. We're going to get a cork for all of it. The drama continues.
We love the drama. It is the law of live streaming. If it is the last match of the day, it will go the full distance, the full speed, and I'm here for every bit of it. Jamie to throw first on the diddle and goes outside, down and right. Beatable. Dan diddled last time, but Gad says, I want
Gads
that.
has been better on the bull.
I want that job back.
Yeah. Good dart there from Gads. So Gads will lead us out. Going first once again. He put in a 12 dart leg last time. If he does that again, you got to think, barring him being frozen, they will win this. It would force the other team to have to throw a 9 darter.
Which is a little bit more possible than you would think in a Fat Bowl format with open, but we haven't seen anybody even take an attempt at that yet. Gads is saying, I'm going to make sure you need to try that attempt. Starts off with a hat trick.
Great open. That's the most steady I've seen Jamie look in some time.
Yeah, he started off this final steady, but then kind of tapered. The fair analysis is the 150 at the right time is huge. But again, it becomes the race of the Gads 10 to 12 versus Jamie, who needs to not stay in that 10 to 12. He has to try to swing that 9. Worst case scenario, you're still on for a 12 darter if you collect 2 bulls.
Yeah, but with Dan only hitting 1 bull and both Jamie and Andy hitting 3, the freeze rule is in play.
That is true. It is a little different of a dichotomy now, especially with Andy following with his own hat
Honestly,
trick.
I wouldn't be opposed to Gads taking a shot at the 19 here.
That's an awkward first start. Can you fit another one in there? He can. Back-to-back hat tricks. He's just going to play it safe on the tee up, and you're right. It's a potential freeze. We saw it a couple times earlier where 12 dart runs got frozen on the pro side.
Jamie going to open the door a little here, though. Not hit anything. Only 43 scored, so big opportunity now for Dan. Really just needs a couple of bulls to hang tight.
Yeah, we just need half a pile of bulls. Right? Is that the right ratio? 3? But with Gads still playing well, Andy, you have to ask the question, do you set it up? He's just choosing to go for the 10 to 12 darts.
Jamie and Andy both started with a hat trick, and between them on their next 6 darts, they hit 1 bull.
That's a frustrating feeling here is now Gads just needs to stay composed. It's his to lose at this given spot in the game.
Other one to set up the 10. Yes,
Now,
sir.
Lastly, decider in the final set of the final match in the amateur doubles. What a time to come alive for Gads.
Dan's feeling good about their spot, and he fires in a hat trick as well. Everybody's had at least 1 in this game, but Gads has had 3 of them consecutively.
Yeah, he's on one right now, and he's trying to just get it done right here. Gads for the 10 dart perfect 0-1 game to end things in the finals.
Don't overthink it.
Just drill it like you have been.
And he does. You see the excitement there. Great 10 dart leg in the decider. So the Hillbillies getting her done. See what I did there?
I like it. Get her done. Get her done. Wow, a perfect 10 at Dart Lake for Gads. Absolutely incredible. You can see how much it means to him, how much they wanted. You saw how much it meant to him when he missed the one match start earlier on in the first set. Incredible. And guys, that will do it here for our coverage in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's been a fun weekend. It's been a fun month of dart tournaments here for Arachnid. But man, oh man, we have a lot of content brewing. We have a lot of big announcements coming up here. The added money you saw in that trips is not going to be a occasional thing. We're going to be working on getting that payout formula worked on. I know there's some big changes coming that we're going to try to see out in Chicago, hopefully. And of course, with the 40th Tour, a lot of announcements yet to come. I'm so excited for everything, and I'm excited I got a chance to commentate with you this weekend, DJ.
Yeah, I had fun. Glad to be back in the booth. It's been a while. Just glad to be back in darts, honestly. I had quite a bit of time away, and it's nice just to get the exposure again.
Well, there you go. Well, thank you all for following us around. It's been a good time, everybody. My name is Nick Scher, joined by DJ Sayer. Make sure to go over, give us a follow right now, and go over to BullShooter.com to find out more information on the 39 Tour. Have a good night, and thank you all for tuning in.